As we are once again alive upon the internet. A little raspy as I just took a little bit of a nap. But yeah, we are alive upon this internet. Let's make sure actually that we are everything set up, everything has bit rates and titles and in the right categories and all of those things. And my audio is not broken. Yay. Yeah, let's jump in. And last time on IKEA, we were messing about with getting this thing working, which we got way closer with. Oh, actually, well, after the stream, I kind of actually just still sat there for an hour and messed around with it and got her working.
Agent, I need to debrief.
Turns out as well, and I asked around. So apparently, with Project Resolve, they actually resolved the double dipping that was happening with stat pool of this. So anything you had from stat or just from just attribute. And I didn't know that yet. And nowadays, yeah, it is just basically the grade, the damage from tiers and the damage from mods go all together, except for when it doesn't, because there are some skills that it doesn't. And then basically the watch, the stats, the brands, the tech bonus, and weapon bonus, here being capacitor. Actually, let's make this weapon. Yeah. And yeah, while doing all that, we messed this thing up a dozen times and fixed it up a dozen more times. So need to do some cleanup work on it, and then also get her working basically, and have this be set up. I already also did this part where yeah, we can, if it's a turret and a drone, we turn this from a 0 into a 1, we actually get the burst DPS and the sustained DPS of it. And yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Oh, and Heather this and Heather Hapsmo. Like the Catalyst video. Well, happy to hear. Yeah, in the end, it turned out one day late. Saturday was turned into a very interesting day for me, as it was just I had completely missed. Oh, well, actually, it wasn't even my fault because the person actually sending me the dates sent me the wrong date. But there were some hints that I could have checked because in one mail it said Saturday, and I should have that should have rung some alarm bells. But yeah, basically, I got called up of like, "Hey, where are you? Weren't you supposed to be here by now?" I was just like, "No, am I?" And then suddenly had to run in. Basically, luckily, time-wise and stuff, it all worked out still, but. And mostly as well, just because I'm usually not too late, like even being late 10 minutes, they were already in panic mode. Because usually as well, if I'm late as well, they like, I send a SMS or something of just like, hey, I'll be 10 minutes late. So yeah, they caught it pretty quick, and then I had to basically go into work. So yeah, basically what I thought was this Sunday was actually yesterday. That also pushed the video work on that Catalyst one to a day late. So actually, yeah, technically that went up a day late. Actually, how well is that video doing? Actually had a look, and I'm stuck on I'm stuck on the word actually, it seems. Oh wow, that is pretty impressive for my doings usually. I don't see numbers that good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Almost 1,000 views in the first 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So. Yay! Although one that was much expected kind of. The thing is though that it's kind of sad news, which we already knew, right? Like we had already ran some of the numbers even before they fixed it. So, but yeah, it's basically always. I realized that after the video, I should have just called it always the bridesmaid. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I feel that's actually a really good description of the catalyst. And hey, Xander. Yeah. So what do we do here? There was a category I still wanted to add in, but I don't remember actually which one. Because where I can't, also the reason, so all of this is basically together and all of this is basically together. I'm actually going to split them up like this. And the reason for that is just to make it a little easier to make sure that we don't miss anything. Because unlike weapon damage, there's no place where you can go and just look at it and go like, oh, this is the skill damage amount that you have, which is super annoying. Because we do have for skill haste and stuff, but not for, amount skill damage. So it's easier to have it like split out like to this, and then we can always troubleshoot pretty easily what part, like what doesn't line up, if it doesn't line up. Oh yeah, gear set bonuses. But yeah, gear set bonuses are just going to be in here. Let's actually make sure of that as well. Yeah. Let's take, for instance, I'll actually wait. I wanted to get the damage number on this one. I'm going to set this up. Because last time, yeah, I checked this was all aligning, right? Let's take this to invulnerable. For a second. Well, I need to charge up the faster. Yeah. 297. Yeah. Get everything. Yeah, 297. I need to. If I'm using the Simba tool, I need to not be in full screen. Which is basically, yeah. We're off by a tiny amount, but that's fine. But just have that as checking number there. Yeah, let's actually do it the same with refactor set, maybe. Let's get the character tree. Because I want to have this one done, and then we have the headhunter and the skill damage one done as well. I've been meaning to always, just for a long time, to make these other calculators, but part of it is with skills as well. It's never needed to calculate it out this way, because what you can always do is just take the in-game number. The reason for, but that of course, yeah, doesn't mean that, because here, for instance, if we wanted to, what if we set up the build like this and we get like, 12 more brand bonus, but we lose a position for a stat or something? You can't theory craft without it. Oh, well, you can, but not to the same degree if you have it. And also looking at this, I was like, yeah, maybe we changed
Safe area detected.
Because I've been thinking of changing these as well a tiny bit. Just to have this be different.
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
And then I can also have an setup that just basically, because now I have like my version, right, where we have like the rates and stuff filled in. But if I fix this into like having base, here having grade and then weapon damage and a specific weapon damage, everything else moves on 3. And then also for the headshot, having a headshot rate next to it. And for the DTA and the DTAG, also having a rate next to it. Thing is though, how many would that add? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would add 5. So yeah, we're going all the way to there. That's kind of the reason I don't do it, right? But also, what I could do is combine columns here so that these are still the same width and these become half width, right? That could also be a way of doing it. Well, let's leave that for another time, though. we have plenty on our plate without even doing that. And either Atletus and either Randy. There's a Lexington BP in the game files. Yeah, we guessed as much, right? With the these are Lexington game master. I don't think they will, though. I don't think they'll give us the blueprint. They're just being a blueprint, because also there's from the cloak and stuff, there's no blueprint, right? I saw some discussion going on the blueprint part there. It's interesting. People having access to the underlying files, but yeah, just from the 5 missing there, right? Because Glut and Goalie were there, so my initial or aren't here as well. So those 2 are definitely missing. And then, yeah, the only thing that kind of makes sense is, yeah, Caretaker, Huntsman, Lexington. Like, what else could it be, right? If not those. Because yeah, we have Lud and Goalie missing as well. And I don't think I ever figured out which one was the SMG. But yeah, I wouldn't expect them to actually give that. There's a reason. There's a reason, like, they're broken at the time being. They just exist in the game files. I would expect them just to hand one more out or something at some point. Yeah, let's do it with this for a second. Because so this was actually, we know which one it is. 25. So same 120. The same 5. Let's actually check. Does have a 5, yeah. And then yeah, we would have 10 from watch. We would have 60 from gear. 60 from gear. Here we would have 25 plus 10. Right, yeah. 25 plus 10. Yep. Enter. 10 from technician. We would have 60 from this. We would have oh no, these are both going into total skill damage, so that's 45 plus 30, right? 45 plus 30, 75, but just to have the parts it's made out of in there. And then yeah, we have no separate amp. Actually, so this is with those two up, but without, well, so just 45. So 284. Why isn't this aligning? Because before we have the capacitor up and before we have because this would, yeah, this would still be 45. Because kinetic momentum is up. Now it's both up on both sides, so I don't know. Because at max stacks, yeah, it is 15 on per skill, 30 in total, 30 stacks of 1.5, 45. But also even with that, it doesn't align. Okay, so what's breaking here? I mean, yeah, there's no damage component as part of that. We do have just 6. We have tech accounted for. We have them accounted for. That is odd. Let's try again. Let's actually try with this up. What should we get? So at max stacks. And with thingy up. Okay. 319. So I should just grab this number. And let's see if we can match it in some way. Okay, so moving, thank you. Sometimes small pictures are hard to grab. So there we align. Here though, so that would be with this 60, this would be 75, and there would be no other stat, and then we're hitting for 345. What is happening here? Because we're a little bit above it without those two, and then we're a lot above it when those come in as well. Thought that I had this thing working well. I mean, I'm over, so if nothing else, it's. Oh, did I copy this? God damn it. Okay, that one's on me. I had fixed up the most high one here, but yeah, I hadn't copied that to the rest. So that was the old version. So now as well, if we go 45 and we go 0, yeah, that 2 is 6 we were hitting earlier. Okay. That one at least is easy one to fix. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. 0, 1, Go at the blueprints, but you can get husband hunters, but they probably don't have the necessary trigger hooks in the code to do that. I mean, yeah, if they're in the files, it just needs a place to reward them, which currently doesn't exist. But also, them taking back Shield Splinterer leads, yeah, I would think they wouldn't want to have those out there. But then, yeah, they shouldn't be part of the pools. Like they then, those numbers shouldn't be there. Cassie says shouldn't be there. I mean, yeah, it should just be, if they wanted to hand those out, they could add that, just, something to reward them. But my guess would be they're in there unintentionally. Next master climax mission. I mean, it's all that already has its, that already has the next master, especially has an item that we're all kind of hunting for anyway. That we'll try to get as quickly as possible. The Tinkerer. And he does Scary Gary. New fan here, sub a long time ago, but started watching only recently. Well, welcome in, Alto, and happy to have you along. Detox and armor apply to fire turret. Only DTA. Yeah, only DTA. As the damage to targets out of cover is only Oxy and the often forgotten Demolisher. That's only two that benefit from it. Ultimate Man, aka X0. X0 is not too horrendous. X0 has kind of the same issue as the Catalyst. There's just something better than it, which is Eclipse. If Eclipse actually didn't exist in this game, we might be running X0 here and there. But Eclipse does exist and kind of eats the places where it would fit. Still one I've been meaning to do so even like ever since the season it came out, trying to do a skill damage version of it. Not relying on any of the status effect, basically, just pumping the skill damage so that I can go into like the skill alongside of it as well. Well, also the skill damage, specifically the status effect increases the burn duration and the burn. But then the damage from the hit itself is skill damage. So I'm meaning to kind of give that maybe a try because it's setting things on fire continuously. So should maybe be a thing that will work. But also, like, I've been too lazy to actually take the time to make that. I don't know. I think there was going to be a card that way. Yeah, they stated on streams and stuff that's the. As always, whenever we see in the PTS, we'll see 3 items. One of them is going to be the item from the master mission, or well, the climax mission, because it drops even, if you don't do it on master, it still drops, or it can drop. But yeah, this time around, yeah, it was the Tinkerer. But also, I'm kind of okay with that because, yeah, we have enough toys to play with now, and then we'll have a pretty good toy when the master mission comes out. Yeah, let's. So now what I need to do is fix this up for these, because I kind of with amount of fidgeting. Actually, yeah, let's do it for this first. And then we can remove DTA and detox as we go. So where's DTA? JK. So after the J, we add one for K and oh wait, no, wait. I did one too far. This should be M. Also, let's actually change. All right, did I? Yeah, we're covering all three back there, right? Yeah. Let's actually change these to multiplier. Okay, now that we have this one, oh, actually we can, yeah, not like that. We need the contents. On this one, the detail goes away, which is L. There we go. And this one. Oh no, actually, wait, what? The other way around. This is the deduct. So this is, instead of K, this becomes L. Actually, you know what? Copy this first. Oh, no. Copy the contents of this first. And then this one we fix to become L. So now if I put that over there, that one goes up super high. If I go, that one goes super high. And in either case, that one goes super high. Yeah. Okay. And I feel like having detox in here, yeah. I mean, we'll need it the one time with your oxy or something, right? So I might as well put that in here. Because most weapon or most skills, DTA applies to a lot of skills, except for the turret and the drone and the sniper turret, really. And then detox only really applies to two skills, which is, yeah, the oxy and the demolisher. But might as well have all those in here so that we have them for when we need them. And also looking at it, I could have just dealt with them as a separate multiplier. Although the thing is with the explosive, I would want to have the normal damage and the DTA damage without actually altering it here. Yeah, let's leave that like that. Partially as well, because we're on some builds, we would want to maybe put in and remove contractors and stuff. So we would want to compare the other parts. Okay, let's see. So let's heroic 4 times. Yeah, sometimes it can take a while. But also be sure to kill the world names whenever you have the chance. Those matter a lot as well. Think are going to be amazing. Well, yeah. It's gonna be a lot of fun figuring out you know, all of the things we can do with it. Like, what if we take this one and this one? What if we put frenzy and fast hands? What if we put killer and you know, this and yeah. It'll be fun. One thing I might do just for the although that would just be for maybe striker or something, just we take we just go through the talents and just, for instance, just frenzy plus everything that can go on the other side of frenzy that kind of makes sense. Then like killer with everything alongside of that makes sense. But then each time, of course, we have one talent kind of less, because if we have frenzy plus killer, that's the same as killer plus frenzy. But that might be a lot of work as well. But just, yeah, kind of having a big list of combinations and seeing which ones. Although the thing is, the combinations as well, for a large part, it'll be obvious. Running Val and Contractor. No, that can work out. Although, just having electric piece is likely, well, especially against non-armored enemies, it would just be a little bit behind. It wouldn't be that much. because yeah, 20 contractors just because also you lose the brand bonus, 20 status effect versus just 6 DTA. Oh yeah, detox does apply to the file tick, but yeah, that's the. Or actually, does it? Wait, is it DTA plus detox? It is, right? How do I not remember this off the top of my head? Oh, this is not. I have a. Get one right, or we do it like this. I have to grab an LMG. Which doesn't have DTA like that. Oh, actually, she will have one in her inventory. Why am I grabbing it from the station? I literally have a carnage here. Let's do it with foam, so I don't get fire ticks. Uh, 94, 94. Yeah, yeah, it does. It's also about, so actually even we can even confirm that it is that just by doing so. 84, 589 is this number times 1.12, and that is 94,739. 94,739. That's the 12 detox applying. Back to it's kind of high up here, isn't it? Counting it as the healing build on this character. And yeah, let me get you alone here as well. Perfect glass cannon chest piece and unstoppable force backpack be a good combination to run on all red builds. I mean, yes. We already do, for instance, with the Lingmo setup for Pesty. That's kind of, yeah. We run that already. Depends on what red build specifically, kind of, because yeah, even on, for instance, yeah, Striker, even perfect unstoppable force, but then you're kind of eating into your upfront damage. For instance, their vigilance makes, if you're going glass vigilance kind of makes sense. Plus you can have sacrifice plus gift as a combo, which is kind of nice. But yeah, just as talents, those are pretty good for a lot of builds, for red builds especially. Great quality of life talent, yeah, but also yeah, fast hands and then future perfect. That's just, you know, even non-damage talents alongside of it. Oh, even for SMGs, you're having like killer plus unwavering. Although, well, you can't. Yeah, you can't have unwavering. Was it? Actually, I never did. I check Outlander, Outsider, whatever that sounds. But my brain isn't woken up yet. What is the safety distances thing called again? Outsider. Because yeah, having that accuracy and optimal range on kill, like it's too big of a loss to give up killer for it. But what if you have it alongside of killer, and then you can have optimal range and accuracy just from a talent? No, it's just 6-5. That's all smart cover. Nice. Yeah. So this thing, let's do an explosive maybe. Just so we try the DTA and stuff. I mean, yeah, let's just take it to the obvious one. Let's go grab the mortar build off of this character. And then, oh, actually, let's go grab the mortar base from here. And then we added a skill tab at the bottom here. And added in the bases for a lot of the skills.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Man, I wish you went as well, Manny. Could you? Could you go? Don't stay on our account, Manny. Feel free to go. Yeah.
Everything priced to move.
So let's go. Input the stats on that thing and then see if we line up. Which is kind of the point. Combine talent on named weapon like the Lexington, right? As long as it doesn't have a perfect talent or no named weapons at all. We just don't know. In the PTS, it was working with named weapons, but it was just working with named weapons. So we can't say anything off of the PTS. I missed one stream. I'm not sure if it maybe got answered in that one stream. There was like one stream just before the release of Brooklyn. But it's one of those like I'm okay seeing when we see it. My guess would be that things like the White Death, Lexington and such, and the mop and other things like that will be allowed, and it's perfect talent. But yeah, its naming was, or its wording was, just named. So it depends on what is actually meant there. Because also I loved a lot of people going like, but it says named, so it's just like, yeah, but Striker still says it's still weapon damage. Like, if we're going by the wording in the game, plenty of stuff does not meet does not meet any forms of validating actually what it actually does. I guess actually this is 90. So yeah, it is grade 25, 90, 10 from a mod. And then we have 10 from watch. We have 60 from gears, attributes. Right, yeah, 60. Let's make sure that... although I don't have hands-on equip, I think, so it doesn't matter, but let's deactivate the modifier just in case. We have 60 there. We have from brands. Oh yeah, and here the explosive would be... Let me already put 15 in here. Because I'm going to forget the demo one in a second, I already know. Actually, yeah, let's do that one first before we forget. It's 15 plus 15 plus 20. So, 50. Let's just do 50. Because the explosive is a separate multiplier. That's why we care about it so much. We already also have 30 glass. Before we forget, we have just 8 from Wyvern here. We don't have technician. We have... Actually, yeah, let's make sure we hit in sync as well with it once, and that's going to be another 30. Wait, why am I doing 60 for capacitor? And why is it lining up with 60? Wait. Oh, no, it is 60. What am I thinking? I'm like, wait. For some reason, I had like 45 in my head. It was like 30 stacks of 1.5. No. It is 60. But yeah, it is. Wait, why is there ever a discussion between that and the test subject ever? Because in the past, it was like a long time ago. But that's where my brain went. I'm still like, I took a little nap and I'm still not really awake. So I'll make a bunch of mistakes and not be able to remember some things. Kelsey had to. Yeah. Well, if it is, of course, then Kelso had to G instead of going G. So then it should apply. Well, no, that would be kind of overpowered. I'm gonna expect that definitely perfect talents to not work at all. Thing to remember is like, yeah, if I can put a perfect talent in one side of it, that's also one of the things that is kind of keeping this thing in check is exactly that. Like perfect talents can't go in there, so you have to go with the lesser non-perfects, because otherwise, yeah, things also like King Breaker plus things, you know, makes a lot more sense. King Breaker plus Killer and stuff. But now because we have to drop down, same for instance for just Sadist. If you could have Carnage or Goalie instead of having to go with the non-named versions, you would basically gain 5%. It's a 5% difference just straight up. Because yeah, the Tinker isn't, as I kind of say in the video as well, I've seen like some, although I don't know exactly where people are pulling it from, but yeah, people are going like, it's a 15% difference and stuff. It's just like, no, it isn't. It's like 5% difference between Coyote and the Tinkerer on like OD, which is one of the better places for it already. Like if you go from OD plus Sadist with Carnage, going to MG5 plus Sadist plus Pressure Point. Because Coyote does add in a decent chunk. Like, shouldn't be forgotten. I need a Reese. There's a command weapon that has a perfect talent. Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. Is the grease knee good for CC builds or niche? It's basically the thing you have to remember is that skill duration isn't that useful for a lot of builds that use status effects. Because for instance, with the fire cam and such, so for instance, Eclipse, for a fire cam, the fire, it isn't the fire duration. It is the duration that the cloud stays in the game world. When you like fire it, how long that cloud stays. That is what skill duration affects, which is, as you can imagine, kind of useless for that. And then versus electric or just a normal electric piece, you're losing because you would have 10. This thing, of course, has 16 status effect as one of its stats. But a normal electric would have 10 from the brand and then 10 from a stat. So it would have 20. So you would lose 4 status effect and you wouldn't gain much. Because yeah, a lot of things, the skill duration doesn't affect things like bleed duration, fire duration, shock duration, stuff like that. Blind duration, any of the statuses you'll care about. So in the end, yeah, Grease is kind of, it doesn't have good pieces to. It would have actually made more sense if it had skill damage. It would have fit pretty good in an Oxy build. But yeah, the thing is, a lot of the things that the status effect will be nice for just aren't really well affected by the skill duration. And then it's just a loss versus just an electric piece. That's why we end up never using it. Going to ask while using a Lexington. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll likely know when we when we get it. 2 perfect talents. Well, I mean, just even having 1 perfect talent, because that's what you mean, right? That's already like pretty. Like that would push up the balance of that thing quite a bit, because now actually, like, as one of its balancing factors is that you can't use the perfect sadist or perfect pressure point or perfect killer or stuff like that. you're forced into the normal version. So, yeah, no, I got that from from the as being the named gun as the primary, but then that still leaves that open. Like that is still a too big of a buff for it. Because there's a lot of good names with perfect talents that I don't feel it will be balanced around. Snow Machine best in slot? I mean, yeah, it is. Definitely for that slot, yeah, one of the ways to go. And yeah, that one's easy to get now as well. But kind of, yeah, the grease is competing with that. Even though, yeah, I end up never running Snow Machine. I like having the electric piece in the glove slot, especially as well for going to a foam eclipse with those builds. Is Thermal double dipping again? Wait, did they re-break it? Last time we checked, it didn't. Wait, let me finish up this explosive for a second. Let's take a DTA target. Let's actually take a named. Did I count for everything? We do have actually some total skill damage from this. So 20. There we go. And then we have 18 DTA. And detox does not apply here. This is kind of the only thing, though, that I feel people, although, well, yeah. Because, yeah, you shouldn't just put your DTA and detox in here. It needs to actually apply to the skill. Because, for instance, yeah, I do have detox, but it doesn't apply to an explosive. Actually, one thing we could do, even easier. Let's go to the build picture. Does this have 25 on the mortar? Oh, actually, yeah, no, it doesn't. No, yeah, back here the mortar was still 12. I've upgraded it to 25 in between. But actually, well, if we change this to 12, no, actually, one thing we didn't do. Can I copy all of this together? No. Just, of course, now we have it going all the way down. Why is this a oh yeah, because we have it with kinetic moment. Actually, so without this would be 30 plus 25 the same way. I know that influences it. Just to check. So 828, although we want DTA number, right? So 9776. Is this a line? Not really. Just a hit. 728, 1244. 728. We're off by a lot. What am I missing here? Oh yeah, let's put this back to 25 and get the damage number. This one was definitely copied over, right? Yeah. Although it might have not been a full DTA hit. I might have gone into health. But also the other numbers should align when we have it without the DTA. It's maybe in sync, not up. Let's close that one actually. 7.5. No, I mean also this is with in sync up. Okay, that's what that signifies. Also almost 12. That's closer. Oh wait, no, not this. Also, yeah, you yeah, let's just try it here against this. So 24, yeah. So this is again for everything. Let's see if we get those numbers. Let's actually, can I shoot across from here to there easily? Not easily. Okay, that works. Because I want to trigger everything and then hit the other wall. Damage numbers on, damage numbers on. We'll catch up actually here for a second, and then we'll go. Oh, and Heather Ash, and thank you so much for keeping that sub going. And yeah, 8 months already. As always, very much appreciated, and thank you very much. As yeah, well, use up those funds to make some poor decisions in the future whenever we get even more weapon skins that are way overpriced or or other things. Yeah. But yeah, thank you very much. Let me catch up here. It's not always the meta per se, it's a personality. And the only reason they won't be sure to have the coding the perfect talent to not be on the secondary. If they really want to, I feel it's more against the design of it. Like, yeah, if they want it to be not the names, because yeah, the discussion is more like, will they allowed? Because yeah, the wording of it is just no names allowed. The question is more like, will they allow, like, yeah, is it perfect talents or is it names? Yeah, they're just not going to allow perfect talents. There will be just, in a lot of cases, even though, yeah, some are not on like the best type of weapon, usually the difference between the two is still like worthwhile enough to bump it up. Because yeah, we do run a lot of the named weapons for their talents. Well, the Miker, so yeah, he means on just the main weapon. So the second weapon has to be a non-name, but just the main weapon can be a name. But yeah, I still feel that is kind of that would not be in balance, kind of. Just for the weapons, where yeah, what kind of matters. Because in that case, like even with Lexington and Caretaker, you would still want to run the Lexington preferably, and the Caretaker that would then go into the second slot where, like, even with that proposal, like, it wouldn't activate. Just for the handling. The perfect killer. Well, with it as well, even if you took like even with the PTS when it wasn't working per se, you can take the double of like a perfect. But you could take, for instance, yeah, which we did, take sadist plus perfect sadist plus normal sadist, which worked in the PTS. And that was super OP. Bad recording. Well, I mean, there's plenty of bugs, but there's also plenty of shit that just works. Like, you got to remember that in general as well, it's a person coding a thing. It depends more on that person's skill than like a company's. And also, like, yeah, a lot of stuff does work and a lot of stuff does get fixed, but a lot of stuff also breaks and a lot of stuff doesn't work. But honestly, in comparison to a lot of other games that I've played through the years, like Division's issues are, yeah, we've had like more like season 9 and stuff when it was crashing for everybody. Like every several hours of play, you would have a crash basically for every person. Yeah, those times sucked, but that's not these times. Okay.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, I didn't set the range. Maybe I put it down there, actually. It's always the annoying thing with mortar builds. There's a lot to trigger. So just get this guy out of here. Then let's do this. Trigger that. Just fire. Why wouldn't you just fire? That's it. That's too close, isn't it? That's why. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that's not really close. Am I doing something different here? Not really. Anyhow, we're way over. Also, yeah, it wouldn't be from the DTA. Wait, demo is 10. Or is it 15? I never remember.
To actually be doing something.
Oh, it's 10, isn't it? 10. Yeah, so 45. That gets us closer, but that's also not it. We're still like way off. So can I hit a 8.9 on just health? Let's see if we can hit that. Or what we hit for on health. Fire once. Fire twice. Okay, so 7727736. That was with kind of everything up. Had in sync at the time. Let's try again, actually, though. Let's go to fresh. That's shock and eyes up. They're definitely in sync was up at the time of hit. Yeah, I was holding the shotgun definitely, so 18 should be active. Also, we have no skills that will occlude that anyway. Let's just double check all our stuff in here. It is 90% damage, right? Yes. Let's maybe even go check our base. Did I maybe grab the wrong base? No, what's that? Alright, so that's 10 from skill, or 10 from skill mod. 10 from watch, 60 from stats, 8 from a brand, 0 from technician. We don't have technician. Oh yeah, I accidentally put in the weapon down there. What is it without the weapon talents below it? So. What if we just take 15 here? Let's play pretty close. But also no cigar, so. I know we're not really looking at the DTA number there. Well, actually, so here, the DTA number, what if I take... All right, let's just do this. So, 777, oh no, 772, 7736. And then is this number times 1.18. Oh no. Times 1.18. Yeah. This is kind of already the thing as well with armor. It just doesn't show the full impact of it on the kill, because you're also, when we're killing them, we're also going into health. Just showing the hit and then like actually how much you did, which is kind of annoying. Which is why I should just show, you know, the full hit, even if it did kill them. But yeah, with DTA, it's kind of accounting for how much is DTA, how much is DTH. But this doesn't excuse this still. This doesn't excuse our non-skill or non-DTA hit. I'm just trying stuff now. Gonna have some of these and see if it like affects it to the exact number. There's actually 50, 40. None of these kind of aligns perfectly. God damn it. Why you no work? Yeah, I'm really not seeing it. Because also we're over. Because if we were under, at least that would, maybe we could split, maybe something becomes a multiplier on the explosives, but yeah, let me actually catch up on the chat here for a sec. That's interesting. Brewed coffee today, nice. And yeah, it is the warm days. Well, actually today wasn't too warm where I was. It was a little bit cloudy, so it kind of cooled down a little bit. But yeah, yesterday was painfully hot at points. Would not make sense to allow for example in regular cities, but some that worked. I mean, yeah, but also that's what a PTS is for, right? That item as well was like is far away, so In PTS, there's oftentimes like a bunch of stuff broken. It's important mostly that doesn't make it to the main game, and generally they've been pretty good at that. Catalyst Fit and Soda have Little Thinker and Status and Pressure Point together. Would those two be the best for OD build, or would there be other talents that hold up? I mean, kind of as in the video, yeah, Vindictive is the other one, especially if you're leaving a pretty big gap for it. And then on top of that, of course, Vindictive is a group buff, so that's you know, that's adding 16 crit damage to just everybody around you. That's already as well a decent buff. Outside of that, yeah, damage end wise, yeah, you could just put Killer. Killer is actually going to be more than when it's active. It's going to be more than Pressure Point. But I feel we'll do that when the Tinkerer is really closer. I did it with the PTS calculations with Killer, but yeah, Killer kind of lands up on being a few % ahead of Pressure Point when it is up, but Pressure Point would just be always up, right? So I remember them being close enough that I was like, I'm likely just gonna go with Pressure Point. Same, for instance, as well. Streamline would likely be a little bit ahead of Pressure Point, but yeah, even less so than Killer. But yeah, especially on OD, I like having the foam or something to kind of start it off with, right? That's kind of the ones. And then, of course, yeah, going utility is also always an option. Well, for instance, having Future Perfect, maybe, and bumping up some of your skills so you can even like be useful that way, or going just fast hands. And one of the things I would be kind of interested in looking at as well, for instance, now RPK is kind of, we don't take it mostly because, yeah, without a damage talent, it doesn't keep up. With a damage talent, it is a really good pick. But then what if we go, for instance, yeah, damage talent plus fast hands or something for it? For OD even as well, actually, one thing I'm definitely gonna mess around with is just having Sadist plus Frenzy. That way, versus a Coyote or something, you're losing like 8% or something, you know, before the Frenzy is in there. But then once you have the Frenzy up, it's of course pretty powerful. And then OD also has the reload increase, making the reload not be as painful with the M249 or something like that. But yeah, maybe even going Sadist plus Frenzy. That would be an interesting thing to play around with. Because yeah, basically before you hit the Frenzy part, you're maybe like 8-9% loss from the Coyote. But then once the Frenzy comes in, you're maybe like 20-25% ahead with a Frenzy going. Divine Talents already from Descent. That works a little differently than what this does. Because that just adds the talents up together. This also needs to check for other things, but also just combining talents in general, like just the code from chest and backpack and stuff could even. But it's more just checking for everything. Also it's going one way. It's going second weapon to main weapon. This isn't actually fully like Alpha Bridge where it's both ways. Streamline increase the headhunter cap substantially. Yeah, that would be, for instance, on headhunting stuff. The thing is though that the second it goes into a headhunter, you're giving up at least a headshot, for instance. But also for like hotshot and stuff, it's going to the 3-piece version. And that eats up a little bit of it. And also, you can't have a weapon handling next to it. The crit chance, crit damage is kind of wasted that way. But even more than that, I feel maybe going like Preservation plus Determined is kind of a thing to do for Determined. I'm kind of stuck on this one. I'm not really seeing where we could even let's go with maybe like that's close. But yeah, basically we need to lose. Actually, how much percent do we need to lose? Maybe that will give me a clue. Is this number 7727736 is this number divided by this number. We are over by almost exactly 10%. But yeah, we have no like separate 10% here. Also, actually, yeah, this is 20. What am I? Why am I plus sixing it there? But that just takes us higher. Wait, what? Oh, that's just the DTA number. That, of course, yeah, that changes this number, not this number. Oh. Just to be sure, I did copy this over, right? Yeah. Also, yeah, we're over. That's kind of the annoying issue. If we're under, usually if it's under, it's like, oh, I'm forgetting about the bonus or something. But we're over. $25, 90, 10. I mean, yeah, that 10 wouldn't be a 10%. Yeah, what we're doing. Just to check as well, do I actually have that thing picked right? Yeah, I mean, how would I not, right? Would you have the 10% there picked? Could it be that maybe one of those isn't the plan, but that wouldn't be the same, like this 10% here wouldn't be 10% there. So even if this was 35, that still doesn't line up. Because it's 10% worth of it. But yeah, we can't, for instance, take a 20 to a 10. That's not 10% worth. Because even if you like, for instance, take this just to 10. All right, not that one. If we take this just to 10, that's not a 10% difference here. Yeah, let's actually, why am I being this dumb? Let's remove some of the parts of it. That's the obvious thing to do, right? So that's the part stays. We don't trigger this. We don't trigger this. DTA doesn't matter. That's always active. That's always active. How does this look? Simplify and work from there. No, this is also way over. Is my base value wrong? You know what? Let's see if anybody actually mortar base. Has anybody ever back calculated at the base there? Does the wiki have base damage numbers for any of these? I don't think it has, right? Also, wait, what? Its base value, it does have a base value there, but it's completely wrong. Who edited this in here? Where is this? 34,000. That's not what it is. It is 26,545. What even is this? Is this plus 10%, I'm guessing? 20% or something? Is this number is this number divided by this number. Wait, what? Oh, it's taking the, okay. 30% increase. What? Who inputted these? Well, what do you guys have for this? Yeah, so all of these are like with the 10% mod or something in there. Yay. Maybe I took the wrong value when I was on the third account because we took it from there, but maybe I had an input error or something. Because that's the only thing I can think of now at this point. Like, but do we go there? Nah, let's leave that for a different time. Let me catch up here for a second. We're almost in like 30% of opportunistic is when I took all the red damage talents. I mean, yes. Or do you mean it's like double applying to them? I mean, it's just gonna, what opportunistic would be is just whatever you're hitting for from your weapon values times how much you have from opportunistic. Because opportunistic is just a debuff on the enemy, and because of that, it's always going to be a separate multiplier on versus all of the things out there. Let me catch you. Drop killer and hit the bam. Whatever from the heard someone in the dev team. The Inker is not supposed to work with Streamline. I mean, it wasn't working in the PTS, but it would be weird if like a talent is excluded from it. They're gonna exclude Unwavering. That was one that already text-wise was. But yeah, we'll see when we see, because I would find that very weird if they're just excluding one talent. Maybe they can't get it to work consistently. That might be a reason, but. Measure Streamline Lexington. Yeah. I mean, Streamline is definitely going to be like, if you're already okay with it now, then in the future it's going to be, mixing it with, because Streamline, yeah, is higher than measured, so you can extract more if you're going for, say, a killer measured, or a killer measured versus killer Streamline. If you have the uptime on Streamline, yeah, you can get that more out of it. Especially as well, Streamline plus measured will then be, a little bit less than, for instance, yeah, killer plus measured. But technically with better uptimes, especially for the fights where it goes like that. Yeah, let's just leave this for now. We'll come back to this tomorrow with a fresh mind and fix that up. Let me put this over here. This we can close. Oh yeah, I still have this open. Yeah, let's leave that for tomorrow as well. Likely tomorrow I'll be able to do a long stream because, for instance, here as well, Cloak is still missing from here. And I've been meaning to, help these guys out a little bit because I did add Imminence Armaments in the end as well. I figured out how to do the logo, add the logo in. But I wouldn't mind actually adding in the logos for the other things that are missing here. Also, at this point, I feel this DLC marker can go. Like, this DLC marker was here because this was the gear sets available at level, or we'll have to change the wording. No, maybe we just change this to 31 plus or something. Although that's also not true. That's not true for all of these. Because, for instance, Palisade, Uzina, and stuff are available at 31 or at 30. But most of the others aren't, like Cheska and Grupo and stuff like that. Yeah. But that was just to indicate that they weren't available at level 30 back in the day. But that, of course, has already been changed and stuff. Yeah, let's leave out. Yeah, let's go play this damn game. I haven't gotten a chance to play much of it in the last few days. Yeah, let's actually go clean up this character real quick. Let's turn off damage numbers, and then actually, briefly, I'm gonna run around with. So on character 1 and 4, I kind of checked yesterday. I have actually, the fog of war is at 100%, and it's 100% gone, and it's showing on character 3 in Dumbo. I still have it showing with 99%. And I've actually, in this afternoon, kind of went around the edges of it and like a few places where I thought maybe it's over there. There's likely more somewhere in the middle of it. There's like a tiny spot somewhere that I just haven't crossed. So I was thinking, you know what, we'll go do just a few activities there and such. And while we do that, I'm gonna run this Imminence Armaments thingy.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
I'm gonna grab a Regulus and Harvest with grading. Well, likely, yeah, I'm just gonna determine that. Let's start with the Regulus. Yeah, let's go do some activities there, and I'm just hoping that I hit the 100%. So I'll use Killer. Oh yeah, Killer's still gonna be a top pick. The nice thing as well with it be is like if you want to have, for instance, like Killer plus Streamlined or Killer plus, or well, maybe more Measured, because Measured is gonna be the consistent one, right? You would measure it on the one weapon, and then you can swap out Killer or Streamlined or whatever else that you want on the secondary, or Killer on the main, and then you swap out Measured to like fast stands or stuff like that. It'll be a lot of fun. Hey, I haven't noticed this guy here before. Just chilling. He's biting on a ball. Who's your good boy? What's on the ball? That one, it's just 0 or something. Okay. It's kind of clipping, but I don't think anybody expected anybody to look that closely to that. Yeah, let me catch up here as well. I wish I got to go. Kills feels nice because it's so cool for legendary. No. Although, matchmaking, quite often you run into, it's not players of of high value. Yeah, let's just start going around. Let's go for this. Because do I see it maybe? Because like there is a little bit here, but I think all the other characters have that too. But also I don't see, like I've been around this whole area quite a bit and couldn't hit it if it was. Because here maybe as well. So maybe we'll go do that one next. Because, oh, actually, oh no, hey, what? What? Yesterday, like, I logged out specifically looking at this and going, oh, it's still on a 99%. Oh, maybe you have to log out once and in, and then... But no, because with Dumbo, I cleared it all out and it just went away. And that's also like how, because it actually shows 100%. Oh, we have this character. Let's go do an activity or two with them just quickly. Yeah. Also run this setup and kind of see how much it hits for. Yeah, let's go over here. Let's go from the safe house. Okay. I mean, I'm happy. I really don't care how. It's 100%. Let me catch up on this end as well. We'll use my benchable summer RD build. Also, like my revive have to pick me up when I get messy. So that one very well with Streamline. Yeah, for me as well. Streamline is not as talent that I, even having used it a little bit just to test it, I don't enjoy at all. I like running my skills and stuff, especially now as well. Smart cover is, you know, if nothing else, you can always go to smart cover, and smart cover plus measured is gonna beat the ever living shit out of Streamline. But of course, yeah, not all the time because it has a long cooldown and stuff like that. You're also managing this sheet? No. That is, I've edit access there, and yeah, they haven't been keeping it up. They haven't been updating it. I'm gonna guess everybody that is with that is kind of busy. So I've taken, although they've updated some stuff, definitely. It's not completely out of date. But yeah, I was missing kind of like the new bonuses for Imminence armaments and stuff, and I just wanted to add those in. One of the things is as well, I don't want to like be maintaining that because I have enough shit to do myself. I don't want that on my plate as well, but in the past as well, like the reason I have edit access is their damage number thing was a mess like a few years ago, and that's when I was starting to do my own DPS tables, and I realized that, hey, we're not lining up. Also, theirs and the data mined one, the Reddit one, wasn't lining up. And me and the Reddit one were pretty close to each other, except for a few things. And then I kind of helped both sides actually to kind of fix the shit. And that's where I have edit access from. And then nobody removed that ever, so I still have it. Oh, I should turn on the modifier actually. It's nice to without the modifier. So 3.6 on the first hit. That's enough for a red actually. So that's good. And yeah, 9.5, which isn't enough for an elite on the second. Which we kind of knew already. We calculated this build. But also, yeah, we do get 2 tiers from the ninja bike here. I feel this is like the second good ninja bike build. And that's also why it's going to stay in the collection. It's already in the collection, in the build collection. The Imminence armaments thingy here. What is it? 3.09. Mostly because, yeah, we have pretty good bonuses here. Yeah, let's go get this question mark. Yeah, let's just roam a few seconds with this build. Just let's put some minutes on it. What do you add now besides the campaign and the skills? Just, yeah, the ability to go to Wony. Same for Brooklyn. You get to go to Brooklyn and get the skills there, but then also, yeah, just actually access to play there. Because yeah, if you don't own Wony or Brooklyn, you can't go to those maps at all. And also a bunch of stuff. If you're kind of serious about Division, you're going to want to at least get to Wony and finish it, because there's a bunch of stuff that is still breaking if you don't have. It's less and less. They've gone through and fixed up a lot of them, but there's still a bunch of stuff that is half broken or like visually not going. And I hit him in the weak point. Just stand still and take it.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. detected.
Of course, I miss. Yeah, shame. And that bulwark is pretty strong. Yeah, he's dead anyway.
Going to a bar and getting a beer, going bowling with my buddies after a long shoot.
Yeah, let's actually turn on the modifiers. What do I even take here? Because it loaded up doesn't make any sense. What is our specialization? Oh yeah, technician 4 extra tier. I guess just this is. And then yeah, the weapon damage once we're at full tiers. Because yeah, we could take like safety first or something. I'm just gonna leave it as is. Let's do a few more activities here. And then actually what I might do is, if we have anybody that's up for it, I might do another set of hunters. I kind of want to get all 4 characters done with the hunters.
I don't know if people forgot or just never knew, but the original cleaners, the first people
So I
to
might
put on
go
the uniform
and
and
do
get to work,
a set of those.
sanitation workers,
There's some
first
interest.
responders, government employees, the bottom of the social ladder, making it
For
possible
Manhunt without
for all
owning
the
Wony, I
assholes
think
in
you
their
can,
ivory
yeah.
towers, like everyone's favorite rogue agent Aaron here, to live their cushy little high-rise lives in comfort and safety.
I remember that being a question I had, and somebody I think said yes, if I remember right. Unless somebody corrects me.
Who are always willing to get their hands dirty to get the job done. The quarantine didn't turn people evil, it
I
distilled
don't
our
basic
values.
variant, not need
And
base skill.
people don't want to work and want
Do you need the base skill though for that one?
first to die.
Because yeah, actually I wouldn't mind trying on 4 accounts
Enslave people to create
at some
their
point.
comfort. The cleaners, we're here to eradicate that disease from
Like, does it not give it to you at all? Because with the other ones as well, you don't per se get the base, you just get the variant when you complete
farmers markets,
a mission.
movie theaters, going to a Broadway show, laughing and holding hands and eating in restaurants. Going to a bar and getting a
Has a
beer,
unicorn
going
from
bowling
electric
with
chest
my
double
buddies after a long shoot.
crit obliterates.
I miss people, being with people, and not having to worry
From
whether
industry.
or not shaking hands with someone
Oh,
cough.
to go. Yeah, thing is, like, yeah, on there with electric,
We take no chances
yeah, the backpack, the loss of the backpack talent is pretty big.
because we got to head into Dubai with a
But at least, yeah, with
Manual override required. Detected. The control point in proximity.
no, what was I saying? With
I don't know if people forgot or just never knew.
on this Fury, you know, at least you're using the blue and the yellow for a shield.
First responders, government employees, the bottom of the social ladder.
But we didn't even need 2-piece. Thing is though, yeah, you would be losing like 10 to 15%, and all you would get in return is that blue and yellow. And just putting in a blue and a yellow is gonna be around that anyway, with a better backpack talent. Although of course, yeah, vigilance is gonna
Manual
like,
override required.
vigilance just doesn't have 100% uptime. Especially on a build like that, so maybe we map that out actually at some point. I remember looking at that just briefly at some point when Electric kind of came in.
All lost people. And
And I was like, yeah, nah.
people just
Let's change this to actually determined if I'm just talking and basically missing half my shots.
hurting one another because they didn't know what to do with all that
And
energy.
see how that goes.
At the bridge, we put that energy to do something constructive instead of destructive. It's all energy. And we just need to find the useful
No finishing Wony campaign, so I guess Rose or something. Yeah, okay, yeah, that as well indeed.
We make space for that too.
For hardcores, for instance, can matter a little bit.
Sometimes the only way to build
But the thing is, nowadays, just buying Wony is just getting access to that campaign and the map and stuff like that. Because that never changed. That was people that don't own Wony can't just go to New York and stuff. The other day is Detox, what you want on the card. Oh, on the pistol version? Yes. So it's a normal card with Detox. Because yeah, taking that skill tier, even if you take an extra red score for that, that's gonna be less than. Actually, no, it will blow this up already. Wait, let me then write down which ones I have already. We'll likely go into doing some hunters. And we already have the snake. Neck. Maybe let's get from Dragov after I did Jupiter and could not use it. Oh, it gives it to you, but you can't use it? Is that what you mean that occurred? Oh, actually, yeah, that might be a thing then. Because yeah, I was like, it's gonna give it to you. But then yeah, maybe if you can't use it, that would be the other thing. So we have elites. I need to actually weaken one. So weaken one. Then kill another. Was it determined? We don't have that much hitting power. Now we kill the weakened one, and now we can actually just go for elites.
Vital signs critical. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, it's not gonna have a. It's not gonna have enough for a name.
Access key detected.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of pumpkins here. How much SMG damage? Hunter's Fury gives 15 on the 2-piece or 3-piece. 2-piece. So we're going to sure this piece of dark. That's in the stash, yeah. Although here the thing is, it's gonna be like 10%. It's gonna be competitive. It's kind of like this. It's gonna be competitive versus an. Although, well, not like this, because this has 60 pistol damage. That makes quite a big difference to 30 SMG damage. Because the 20 from Douglas and Harding was already super high in comparison. But I'd be curious, actually, how it kind of lands up. Mostly because, as well, it will be competing, like with Vigilance, you wouldn't have the uptime on it. You do get a blue and a yellow. So what if you, on the Vigilance build, take a blue and a yellow? How does that line up? Or, well, you take 2 blues, more likely, for 2 tiers of shield. That's the much more likely thing to do there. Yes, that they said. Biggest bait in the game. And yeah, for a lot of things it is. It's also not like completely unusable builds if you run that with them. It's just with, in a lot of cases, because even with that, yeah, Memento would beat it like outright. Memento with just one piece Sokolov would just beat it because you're losing basically 1 stat versus the Ninja Bike version, but then you're gaining the 30 weapon damage, which is going to beat, you know, it's 30 plus 10 basically versus just the 30. Thing is, especially as well, the other stats not helping out as much with Electric. Like, there's no reason to be having the status effect really, nor are you making really good use of. Actually, what is a 2-piece Electric? had it in my head there for a second, but I lost it.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I mean, I have electric piece here in my inventory. I can look in a second. Let's clean out these guys first. Wait, where are you guys spawning? Oh, there. Yeah, no.
Access key detected.
No turrets. Yeah, 70 million cap. That's more than enough for a lot of things. But this thing doesn't reach the point of names. But it's acceptable. It is nice not to have to care about memento stacks and stuff. Because it's kind of doing the same damage amounts as the memento. Without needing the memento stacks. But then also we don't have the regen and also the shield health and stuff. Whereas without needing much, we're going to put food on top of that. You will not give as much as zero. This grabber combo will beat it. I mean, yeah, it's mostly more the backpack talent, especially that is a big loss. Oh, yeah, exactly. Plus the backpack. I mean, yeah, especially without Hunter's Fury, it's kind of, but I'll be more curious, like, yeah, especially if we also take 2 blues or something, how much ahead is the Vigilance version? Which is likely still going to be like 9% or 10% or 8%, somewhere in that line. And that's if you have like equivalent red and yellow cores and stuff. But even there, you're gonna have 2 blue, which, you know, adds more to your survivability than a blue and a yellow.
Access key detected.
The disorient is also always really nice about Hunter's Furies and Hunter's Furies.
Here.
And we shot her in the head, in her chest. Yeah, let's actually take us back to base. Let's actually go and farm some of the hunters. And yeah, if somebody's interested in getting the hunters done, feel free to let me know and join up, and we'll go get a set of hunters done here. We'll likely just go again, not anything too combined or anything, because I still haven't like got a good path for that per se. We'll just go one by one. I just get it all done, just in case for this one as well, seeing as we did have that one time. I'm gonna go to the end step here first and just be sure that we have it active, as we'll start with Mary. And some of them are pretty long, but some of them are also pretty short, so we'll start with some of the longer ones and end up with the short ones. And also, yeah, I'm just gonna grab oh, actually what I should do, and yeah, that means that snake is then forfeit, but that's fine. Let's just set the world to normal. Let's not make it extra hard on ourselves. But yeah, I'm gonna go actually to the DC map and then set it to normal, and then come back, and all my control points will stay green, because we'll need some green control points anyway, plus they're fast travel points. So
Safe area detected.
let's change the difficulty back to here.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
And I'm gonna grab a tech tank, although maybe we won't grab the chameleon one. I'll just stick a FAMAS on there.
This dude comes in here the other day, wearing cargo shorts and socks.
Jen, good to be seeing you.
All of these
Thank you,
can
Agent.
go.
I appreciate the business.
I'm trying to search for the first time, and I keep hearing using this kind of dick move. I mean, it is a little bit, but yeah, it is. It is also kind of fine. Yeah, people get used to it. But yeah, the cloud can be annoying for other people because you know when it triggers for you. But also, especially, yeah, the aggro then suddenly jumps over to other people. And that's something that can be perceived as kind of a little bit of a dick move. Especially when you're solo, yeah, it's just, you know, it's just you. The aggro is not gone. They just kind of stop shooting for a few seconds. But when it is, you know, teammates around you, it can be perceived as such.
Safe area entered.
Yeah, let's make a new one. Because that snake will now have been uncounted.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Although, one of the things that I saw, because I saw this in this Brooklyn Hunter discussion, I think. Or was it somewhere else? Oh, somebody made a combined one for this. That's nice. Oh yeah, let's go first for this part. And if anybody is interested, let me know. We can get you in here. And hey there, Enders. No, if it's perks in the hallway or something. Oh yeah. But also, it's like, I mean, it's not horrendous. Like it's kind of, yeah, like explosives. You know, using explosives and giving people screen shake. Like some people kind of way overreact to it as well. But it's just better to be at least aware of it, that, you know, some people might experience it as an issue. But in countdown and stuff,
Another agent has joined your
who
group.
cares? Yeah, I'm Jane. Okay, let's mouse was in run. The nice foundation. Got it on hard, nice. Running it over and yeah. I mean, yeah, doing it on lower difficulties. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna get all those commendations anyway. Let me done as well. Maybe jump into a voice channel just so we can communicate more easily. But again, as well, if anybody else is on PC and wants to join us for some hunters, it won't be the fastest run because, yeah, we're just gonna do them one by one basically, and just bang out that way. And actually, for the last character, oh, actually, we could even do that maybe here. Is maybe put dots on the map already. Oh, nah, we can do that separately. But there isn't a combined map yet, which I would love. Just a map that has like all of the positions. There's some that have like some of it, but yeah, if you could have just all of the positions, then you can kind of just like start in one corner and just hit them all and get to the other. And hey there, Pam.
How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. You're a little softer than usual. I don't know if it's maybe just the mic being like far away or something. More I can turn you up, but just in case then later on it like fixes itself.
Maybe now?
Oh yeah, that's much better, yeah. Yeah, let me get your share from chat for a second. So it shows it's bad to brush teeth with the right hand. This shows gives better results. I mean, yeah. This brought to you by people with left-handedness, likely. Yeah, let's go get started. Are you actually on a character that also doesn't have them at all?
Oh, I did it on one. I don't plan on doing it again.
Okay. But yeah, the thing is you can just get another, like the keys and stuff. More if you want to, just so you're aware. Yeah, let's go start with the first leg, which is down here. And then we'll just go one by one with these. We're gonna split up and get them like separately, but let's just for the stream as well to show all the parts. We'll just go to
Supply drop nearby.
all of them. And there's a bunch of guides out there nowadays, and especially on the secrets Discord is like pretty good. Well, they're not pretty good guides, but they're followable enough. You can find them pretty easy. And that's the first piece. Well, you've done these already, right?
Yeah, I was leading Thirsty and
Danny. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no more. Just in case you have like, I assumed you had already done them, just in case. Because otherwise, if I'm gonna, yeah, I need it. One in there.
I'm trying to just remember them by mind, but I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, there's too many of them for that. Yeah, one there, right? Collecting part. And there is one here. Moved along.
I just noticed that there's a Elmo skin, like Elmo slot for it.
Yeah, the skin has already leaked. It's on Reddit and stuff.
Yeah, that's why it's white, blue something.
Yeah. Thing is though that from that picture it's hard to tell exactly what it's gonna look like, because also the Pahan one is actually pretty different than just the picture. We have the torso. The head is in that corner. Let's go from Damation. It is always funny indeed how studies and stuff with modern media kind of... Because in actual scientific method, one study doesn't mean much. One study needs to be replicated and, you know, multiple people need to come to that conclusion, and then it actually becomes an accepted fact. Or at least an accepted hypothesis. One study, yeah, I mean, bad... Bad science gets... There is much more bad science than there is good science being done. Any day of any time. And so that one, and then let's go get this one first. And again, if anybody is on PC and wants to join us, because yeah, if we spawn it, like if somebody hasn't done the hunters yet and just wants them over with, because you can also do them on multiple characters. So in the future, if you want to do it like for yourself, you can do it a second time on a different character, for instance. I really just want to get them out of the way. The offer is here.
Maybe while we're running past this, we can get the plushie on the roof.
Yeah, let's maybe do that indeed. Where's this marker? I went to the next one already. It's out kind of here on this corner. Oh yeah, it's right here. So, yeah. That's that one. Yeah, let's get the plushie up here indeed. And I'll just write down which ones they are. Because yeah, we're gonna hit some of the plushies as we go already. Might as well. Hit the laptop. Which one is it?
I got too close already.
Yeah, that's okay. Let me quickly. The next one for this one is actually, wait, I'll mark that. If you maybe go over there, I'm gonna go figure out which one this one was, just so we. Although, well, it didn't say, yeah. Although I'm afraid of forgetting it. But yeah, the next one is over there. Let me quickly check on Red Tail. No, it's not Red Tail, right? Which one is that guy? Tracker? No, it's Conqueror. Oh, yeah. So that's the bear. Also, actually, yeah, here is the snake. In order to get that too. While I'm on that anyway.
Supply drop detected.
And it's becoming nighttime, so yeah, we can do Lumen. It's this one right here. And over here, let's get the Schneck. What's it again on this? A snake. Blow up. So I have two out of them out of the way as well. So this was the third and fourth leg. So yeah, just the tail, which is yeah by where it ends. So let's go back over there. Should maybe from that convoy's fastness, yeah. And yeah, this indeed. We're doing the hunters.
Supply drop nearby.
Just want to get them done basically on all the characters. As a completionist kind of thing. No character left behind. They'll likely merge them at some point to become account-wide anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. In the same way that they did with the Woni and the DC ones. So, but then... But yeah, and as well, again, if anybody does want to join, if you don't have the hunters yet, or if you just want to join and just, yeah, do some hunters, feel free to say so. Because after this as well, there's only one character left. I might try actually for that character.
Exotic. Tell me it's Catalyst. Come on.
Oh, was the name
Ah,
through?
it's Trigger.
Yeah. Wait, where's my marker? Oh, yeah, actually it isn't that here, is it?
Did you already kill all 16 bosses and got all the...
No. I'm gonna get the thing. I haven't just been farming much at all. I'll get him then. Like it's just 60. And we'll hit the last step and spawn the hunters.
System malfunctioning. Hostile assault turret detected.
Yeah, I won't be getting any of the mask, but we are getting the ash keys. Those are per character. Let's go do Lumen maybe.
What's the star for that one? Isn't it like...
There-ish somewhere. No, much more. It's like next to this control point.
I accidentally marked that because I'm moving the map around.
I don't know well where it is from this control point. So just don't do it. Remember it too much. But yeah, no, it's this alleyway. If we spawn there. And then, yeah, it's gonna take us all the way down there for a little bit brisk evening jog. Oh wait, actually, what time is it? Oh, no, it's nighttime, but it's not nighttime. I forgot how early it gets dark here in Brooklyn. They've changed the timings on it quite a bit, but it doesn't start until 9, which is like at least like 7 minutes away or something. So let's go get started on Red Tail. Actually. Well, there's... And yeah, there's actually a newer map for it. Somebody made this.
It's Red Tail.
Which is pretty cool. The antenna one.
Oh, okay.
But then, yeah, we're just gonna follow this, basically. It's in the Discord too, so... Although, yeah, I keep saying that Discord. Let me actually link it for people that want to go. If you want to do it yourself in the future. There, invite people. That's a Discord I'm using the guides from. And that's a secrets Discord as well, where go in and have a peek at it here and there. Yeah, one of them is, of course, right up here. Let's go get that one first. It's like around the block on the upstairs.
Yeah, one is lower and one is up more to the top.
What do you mean? With this one? Or?
Yeah. Now the one we're going now towards on the bridge here, and one is a little bit lower. Like by the control point came from.
Oh, that's what you mean. Like south.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah. Yeah. Actually, this is for those that saw that Catalyst video today, this might seem familiar. That is the intro used there. And it's one down, 1 out of 9. This one is a pretty long one. But it isn't too annoying. It's just go around, get the things. Let's gonna fast travel to this convoy. But on that map with the other one, we did have a some pictures to guide us as well. Here we don't have that, but that's also kind of fine because I'm pretty certain. Yeah, this one is that one right in the garage. Yeah. And indeed, that's 2 down. let's go get, I know, let's just work our way from left to right. Exiting the settlements. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the first one.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, yeah, actually, it's even this north exit, so it's pretty close.
Just 30 minutes and we can do the Lumen.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be about a few minutes. Well, let's just finish up this one. We'll have plenty of time.
I think only 2 are time-based. One is Lumen and the other one is the final one.
No, the final one is, you mean nighttime is? That last one is free time. Or like Lumen is the only one, basically.
Okay.
Because
I remember watching Virtual's video and he's made that it's nighttime.
I've only
final
fought
one.
them in the daytime, actually.
Okay.
Now, as far as is like only Lumen, and it seems to be like the same. Like nobody's really tested if it's also still the same, like morning times and stuff. But yeah, it seems to be the same 9 to 6 that the other ones are. Okay, so we have this one up here, which is the one in the store. Anyway, we found a good trick for this one. We don't have to go around. We can just grenade the door, and the box is close enough that it gets grenaded, even through the door.
Supply drop detected.
Okay, not with a EMP grenade, though, but with a normal grenade. But you can also do it with a crossbow or grenade launcher, man. Ta-da. And that saves a little bit of time instead of going around. That's a number that I totally remember what it is. I think 4. Yeah. Next up is under here.
I don't know if it's... that's the final one. That's like the ending. It's not...
Oh yeah, that's actually the ending. Oh yeah, it has a different icon. Yeah, let's actually go get these 3, but then we'll go like in a circle from here. Because we have 3 in a row down there, and then 2 up there, and then the bus here. I was already thinking like which one is there. I don't remember it, but that makes sense then. That's actually the... Should have made that icon a different color, I feel. That would have... And it is with the green buildings. Right. Or is it... Oh, it's over there. Yeah. Marked a little Farsat. And yeah. Button over here. Next up. Down there's... Oh yeah, that's the one by the... It's by this building more. And hit a tiny. And yeah, we're hunting the hunters in Brooklyn. Although just getting it done on... Just trying to get it done on all of my characters. And this way as well, I get repetition into doing it a bunch of times. And one thing I was thinking is maybe making a graphic as well, and then trying it with the last character that still needs it. Although we can always, create characters if we need to test it more. But I've been thinking of making actually a graphic for the hunters and just putting all the points on the map. Because there isn't currently, at least as far as I've seen, not one map that has all of the points. Yeah, we have that one and that one. So yeah, let's go get that one first. And then the last one. And then we go touch their laptop after we turned off the Wi-Fi.
Incoming hostiles
And they'll be
detected.
really mad at us.
Hostiles are opening a supply drop.
That's so rare in Brooklyn, just having windows with lights in them. So that's one of the things I miss a lot here.
Yeah, I remember going into some area and there was just lit up window and I'm just imagining looking from the inside, just me standing there with a weapon.
Detected. From the control point in proximity.
Yeah. Oh, this is just this one, yeah. And then the last one is up there-ish. Can we cut across? No. Let's just fast travel back to the mission. There's likely a way through the middle there, but let's just go back to the mission. Is that one? And again as well, if anybody does want to join us for these hunters, if you haven't done them or you want to do it on like a second character or something. We've done one already, so you would be... That one you would have to do in the future for yourself. And,
I think grenade doesn't work for this one.
yeah. The grenade only works for the yellow box. This one is locked with the other thing. Or locked with a lock. Yeah. And now let's go. The final step indeed.
You forgot one.
Did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, did we? Or did we not? Oh, did we not do this one? I think we did. Oh yeah, maybe we didn't do that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going there and then you teleported it.
Oh yeah, just call it that. Sometimes I'm not like I'm pretty groggy and not that awake. Yesterday was a long day.
I wasn't sure if we just doing it like that and then going off.
No, the idea was to
just
just
followed.
kind of. This one would have fit in well with the other one or the other two. That's likely a hoarder. Yeah. We are on normal. He just drops 2 items. Oh, I should have some first sight. Oh wait, this is my mark.
Oh.
Yeah, that.
Isn't he supposed to drop it on? How many is he supposed to drop on normal? 1, right, or 2?
I thought it was 1, but he dropped 2.
I have 4. Snow Machine, Harvest, Slayer, is the delivery.
Maybe it's what your world is set to.
Okay, that could make sense because mine's on Harvest.
Because I think I had actually the same as well, running with somebody else. Well, actually, no. His normal should be 2. Actually, thinking about it, but yeah, I remember getting 4 and being confused as well in somebody else's world. But we're good. We're good. Mess around. I guess. Right. There's a yellow box back there. We got that one already. 2 yellow boxes up here. And that gives us access to the switch, the 9th and final. One down there, one up there. Opens the door. And switcheroo. Now we go over there. Actually, we're just gonna run from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I jump over this? No, I can't.
That'll be too much for our weak shins.
But I hate my shins.
You can't hate them that much. There's a limited allowance on how much. And we're gonna go down here and push button. And first we turned off his Wi-Fi. Now we're gonna delete his whole porn collection. And alarms.
Friendly control point nearby.
That's also the reason this guy is gonna die so easily. He has not much to live for anymore. He's just gonna fall over and die. We go through here.
System curtailed.
On normal, they are pretty easy drop. Yeah, let's go to Lumen. There somewhere.
Died so fast that I didn't even see his body on the ground. It's like when he's going out of the sewers, they sometimes just fall through. Or just doesn't drop there at all.
Yeah, he gonna get deleted. And now that it's actually appropriate time, because this one is 9 or later, which we are definitely. You can open this. This one actually I found by myself lonesome and actually figured out the hunter without, although this is kind of the simplest one. A lot of people figured this one out. Yeah. We get kind of the diamond thing, and then as well, actually, after a few seconds, diamond lighting us the way, so we just follow diamond. It's gonna put a marker there, which is the end point, but yeah, we can't straight go there. It has checkpoints. We have to actually follow the path that diamond lays out for us. Take a left and then take a right. And yeah, up there. We go through the same tunnel as for this thing. Yeah, I almost again went just Isaac line. That's not where we're going. And either bad indeed. Justice for hunters. No, no justice. Only death. Although one's on heroic as well at some point. Although actually, yeah, I did this fight by my lonesome on heroic the first time. And this guy kind of sucked, because also they have 4 med packs each. And that guy definitely used all 4. And it's kind of handy to have the control points all captured and stuff, just because, yeah, well, for instance, here we're passing the control point in. That would have been a fight if it wasn't that.
Yeah, when a turret shoot at us, wouldn't be great.
I think, oh no, we went, so yeah, we
We need to
the,
go through.
Yeah.
Middle, yeah.
Let's go on the roof here, specifically.
I kinda zoned out.
Yeah, understandable. So once it's to go up here. Up here, it suddenly lights up down there, which is already our endpoint. Yeah, let's go get Lumen. That'll be 3 out of 8.
Control point in proximity.
There's only one longer one remaining, which is the plushies, although we already have 2 out of... Got the count again. Actually, it is 6, right? Actually. I think.
I think it's 6.
Because last time I thought it was 7, but yeah, that turned out to be one too many.
System malfunctioning.
Guessing a Dutch city there, or just a shot. No, just a shot. Yeah. So that was Lumen. We've done Lumen, Mary,
System
Redtail.
back online.
Let's go get Craver next. I'm just going down the list that they have there. We need to go to the boat first, just to be safe,
Yeah.
because this character has been on the boat.
When I was watching the Virtuous video, he went first to the boat and there was interact, but I kind of looked at the video wrong because he was showing the boat as the last step in that video, and I was thinking that should be interactable as the first part.
Yeah,
So
no,
we like reset it 4 times trying to get it to work. But
yeah, a lot of guides as well I've seen just even on the Discord one, for instance, there it kind of omits that you need to actually go to the boat first to trigger it. Like just to most of them, of course, they would have gone over there. The thing is as well, for instance, this character I'm pretty sure has gone over there. It seems to be you just have to have done it once at some point.
I miss people, being with people, and not having to worry whether or not shaking hands with someone after they cough will be the thing that kills me.
Wait. Just randoms.
We take no chances and make sure
There's also, yeah, for those, for instance, curious about how some of these got discovered. This is, for instance, actually here, a map for where we need to get our stuff. This is actually an overlay here. That control point is this is that triangle, and then like the pieces are these, and yeah, we kind of can overlay them onto the map, and you would get the positions from that. But yeah, let's actually go get them.
yeah, when you have the barrels on the end here, it was in that video he was showing that before he started showing what to do, and I was thinking that's the initial part.
Yeah.
So I was like, "There are no barrels. Reset."
Yeah, a lot of people have it the other way around, and they'll try to get these barrels, and then they won't be there. Because that's the issue I originally had, and I thought it was bugging out. Got one here, and that's a pretty long press, just so you can't sneak it out. Let me actually... so we have one there. Some of these are also so hard to see. We have one here. And we have one all the way down where the other territory is. Let's go get this one first and then that territory. I think we can just run from where we are. It's going to be a pretty long walk from there otherwise. Then we'll just jump to the mission for that last one. God damn it, Isaac. Get down the other way. It's be faster. Or I could have just gone through the park, actually. Would have been. Actually, while we're here, let's get the turtle, maybe.
Oh yeah.
It's here, like here, right? Yeah, there. And yeah, the beeping plushies. No, there it is. It is a turtle, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
a
turtle. So we already have even 3 of those. Yeah. Actually, if you go towards that, in the meantime, let me actually, because yeah, maybe we can. Yeah. That's right here. Because we've gotten the snake, we've gotten the bear, turtle. Oh, we should get a hippo while we're up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, no, there is 7. Or maybe I thought it was 8 or something, maybe.
Another agent is now in your
Oh,
group.
yeah, that weak is chaining. Over there. With the hands. Strain the top tier weapon talent along with killer measure. No longer really. Measure just outclasses it, and because of that, it just doesn't really have a place anymore. Let's actually get this leopard one while we're here. Let's kind of combine them actually, because that gets
Agent
us.
has left your group.
Okay, they jumped. They jumped in wrongly, but that's fine. If the thermal attributes headshot, chain killer, RLD. Leopard. Yeah, you would want to keep. You would go the 3-piece. Yeah, that's kind of usually how it's set up. You can of course also go halves. Okay, and then here for that territory. So we're getting kind of all of the plushies in like this middle area as well while we're here. And then actually, when we go to the boat, we'll get the hippo along the way. That just leaves the rabbit and the dolphin down south. So that one is also almost in the bag.
I sure wouldn't want to be you.
I sure wouldn't want to be me either.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
But I am, and I have no choice.
Access key detected.
All right, let's get the blue barrels. Sure, over here as well. Let's grab some of the food. I might as well indeed grab the completion. I think actually I was roaming with this character earlier today. And yeah, let's go there. And these guys are a perfect vehicle to get there. And actually, while we're south here, we should get the other 2 plushies. Getting that hunter also set up.
This is the last barrel, right?
Yeah. Well, technically the boat after, but this is the last one that we need to get out here. Oh yeah, this one was back there. But let's clear this out.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Oh, Regulus. I'm guessing.
Yes.
It's like, where did everybody go? And to outer space is the answer. Yeah, this one's in this corner. That was weird. My character was just walking when I was holding F there. Yeah, but while we're here, let's go get both the dolphin and the rabbit, maybe. Dolphin is down there.
I can't run through this.
I think there's a gap here. Yeah.
No,
So also
I
it's
was
up
thinking that there's
here.
Oh yeah.
That's this dolphin. Yeah, right, so Dolph Lundgren. Let's get rabbits. Let's go from the control point, but yeah, we have to go around, I remember.
Supply drop nearby.
We have to go from either side, I think it's fine.
I used to order those prep meals, you know, forgot or just never knew, but the original cleaners, the first people to put on the uniform and get to work, they were sanitation workers.
They were sanitation workers, the cleaners? You don't say. And this is one of those things, for instance, as well. This one we could have done actually when we're getting the Mary part very easily. That's why we kind of want to make a combined. And that's the parrot. And even though I don't really need to keep a list.
Friendly control point nearby.
And yeah, back to the boat, but we'll get the hippo along the way as well.
I'm back.
Alright. Yeah, get the parrot there.
What's wrong about that too?
Just oh, actually that's not the right mark. Let's go get the hippo. Hippo. And then whatever that hunter is called, Conqueror. Yeah, Conqueror is then set up as well. So the Craver and Conqueror. And yeah, Cypher and Tracker both are just minutes anyway, so or less than. They're pretty quick. And that puts us at Necronos. I think my mark is a little bit to the right. Blow me, hippo. No, blow me up. Phrasing.
Supply drop detected.
Names group? Yeah. Let's actually deal with these guys.
Don't be like that, fucker! Tricky!
It's like that hunter with Dirt City, yeah, that I think that hunter is not gonna survive.
He might melt instantly, indeed. And in the last set of gas cans, when we grab this, suddenly over there, command spawns.
System curtailed.
Right, I'll let you take a shot. There. And he did, in fact, not survive that. Another ash key in the bag. I already have the masks. I've already done these.
System reactivated.
And let's go to the pier mission for Conqueror. And then we just have Cypher and Tracker.
Detected. Location guarded by heavily armed hostiles. Hostiles are opening a supply drop.
Where was it again? It's over here, I think. Yeah.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Excuse me. I'm gonna guess that was a accidental one. As I got an invite to Cantan. Wait, yeah, I'll spawn this guy. Yeah, just spawn on that end. So
I missed my daughter now.
we'll just have to kill him the old-fashioned way.
No one shot. Sad.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. System back online.
Let's just clear this out.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Me now.
Maybe this elite
Access key
territory on normal. Does it give a name
Hostile
actually? I don't
broadcast
even.
picked up.
Yeah, there was a name. This was a name guy.
Yeah. Generally don't play on normal. Although actually, yeah, it does, of course, right? Because I've even used that. Okay, so Cypher next, and yeah, that's this big bad building on that end. So let's just go from this control point, yeah. And this one is pretty easy. Although once you know the solution, this is one of those. If you know the solution, then it's easy.
Detected. Nearby location
Oh, there's a
guarded by hostiles.
convoy there, yeah.
Friendly control point detected.
I know, we do need to be on the north side of it. Got all the explosion behind me. Yeah, the puzzle to this one, but yeah, it took people a while to figure it out. But yeah, this guy is called Mr. Roboto. He's kind of like a Ubisoft thing. And yeah, what we need to do, there is a bunch of marked air conditioning units there, and we need to spell out Roboto on them. So R O B O. I always forget which one's the T. It's the lower one, isn't it? This one's always hard to read
It's the
between.
third from the left. Like you know, is the one.
Oh yeah. So it's a lower one as well.
Yeah, the lower one.
Because yeah, they
Two
put
on
I
top
and
is-
T next to each other, so just to be nice and confusing. Anyway, when we hit the last one,
System curtailed.
second later he spawns. That one is super fast, but of course you need to know the solution. That took a while. For other people, I never figured it out.
System reactivated.
Now
Anyway,
wait for
let's go.
tutorial.
Yeah, go for the tracker.
Okay, I used the video before, but I think I cannot remember. Maybe a little bit. I'm not sure.
I have the route there. Thing is, it's like too much to remember. I feel. I'm just gonna follow the guide in there. But so this one is kind of like you have to walk in a certain pattern. Then maybe, Palm, if you wait out here, you can also just shoot through the door.
Yep.
Just and likely what is going on here, there's likely checkpoints on the ground we need to hit, and there's like zones that will fail us. But then there is the guide for it that you just follow. So we're just gonna go in the directions that it says us to go, and then whenever we hit something, we just stop. So we have W, A. And whenever you hit something, we stop. And also, yeah, if you kind of stop in the middle of the way or something, yeah, that doesn't matter. It isn't about holding it down. It means it's just about missing all of the spots that it doesn't want you to hit, basically. And hitting all of the checkpoints that it wants you to hit. So W until we hit this thing. D until we hit this thing. S until we hit the back here. And then D with this W A W. D. W. And then A. S. D. W. Because normally you can't interact with this thing. If you did it right, you can. And then we interact.
System malfunctioning.
I hit the door.
Well, that's one dead door.
It was a really strong door shot.
I know, that's that guy then. And that leaves one guy, and the last guy is kind of like a token, almost,
System
guy,
restored.
because we can just... We need to go to the old safe house, which is over here, and now that we've got the other 700s, this guy shows up and
Supply drop nearby.
Now I'm grateful it's here.
Got that right.
wants to have a fight with us. Also, let me catch up here if I missed something. Oh, no worries, that'll lead this one. Sorry, I didn't catch that earlier. It's kind of in my own world with the hunters. But yeah, no worries. Didn't break anything or such. And indeed, the hunters will be hunted. Are they hunters or are they the hunted? And then, yeah, this fills up all this board. Because actually, all of these pieces are not here unless you've done the hunters. You can come here, actually, and yeah, it's just the map underneath it. But now that we do have all of them, we can interact there, and then, yeah. It's his turn. Also, actually, again, we're fighting him. I think I've only fought this guy during the day, actually. So it's been working out like that.
Plot twist is this hunter is our old D1 agent.
System
Yeah.
disrupted.
We were the bad guys all along. And yeah, that's the 8 ash key. Giving me all 8s. And yeah, I could open the crate now for
System reactivated.
the I was gonna say hunter kill huntsman. But yeah, of course, I already have it, and then also you can buy from Cassie. Yeah, for maybe doing the infrastructure
Control point in
keycard,
proximity.
guys, real quick. That bounty.
Sure. I didn't do it at all, so.
No, I've been trying to just do a few here and there, just in case those things coming, and it's like worthwhile having some already. But these are just unchallenging. Yeah, well, that convoy really close. That's nice. Well, look at your hardship bill and realize you moved the damage screenshot for Mal 700 SR1. They recommend the white tet better. Overall, yeah, the white tet is the most damage. And then alongside of that, any of the magazine-based ones kind of are pretty good. I think I've put in the custom M44, I think, right? In there, and that's the hardest hitting out of those. So just from a damage standpoint, that one is the one to go for. But then, yeah, handling-wise, basically all of the magazine-based ones, all of the ones that, yeah, are kind of
That's your target.
the magazine-based MMRs. They're really close to each other. Where's this? Yeah, let's not go through the thing. Let's go around.
And if we could jump over.
Don't think there is a place to cross over there. Is there? No. But you can just fast travel to my end. You can also go to the police and actually come out on this side, but it's actually quite a maze to get to that point. Just kind of annoying. But yeah, whenever they did that last rebalancing, especially the Model 700, I just generally wouldn't use anymore. The white tet is just, it's basically the same on the cap, even though the Model 700 has a little bit higher base. That headshot makes up for it. And then the first shot is so much better on the white tet. Even though the Model 700 does have, you know, it does have 2 shots more.
Target neutral.
And you can put, you know, 10 more stability on that mod from it. But if you're going for all out damage, yeah, I would go the White Death. And then one thing I do end up going with a lot is just any of the magazine-based ones. It's kind of fine. They're all so close to each other as well. That's kind of a moot point. Which one you exactly go with. We should cooler head the Arrangement and sprint that cover will be in the surrendered blinder on fire. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, especially with shock, for instance, is a common one, which even if you are, if they are shocked, they might still
Got the target.
like move and stuff. That's just basically desync between you and the server.
Thank you for
Although
keeping
while
us
you're
safe.
bleeding or on fire, like, yeah, that bleeding reduces speed a little bit, but fire actually, like, just some enemies just don't care that they're on fire per se. Yeah, let's.
When do we finish it? There's I can collect the tail for it. Not everybody collect the parts for the horse. You can call it the tail again.
Oh, it's back here. Yeah, actually, I haven't even tried if you can like redo the hunters even. Because I've seen some of the pieces being around, but I haven't actually like done a whole one. Actually, with the Robota one, might be easy to do. Yeah, should I take us back to DC just to clean up and stuff?
Yeah.
Also, I want to set this character back to Heroic World. And then let's decide what we do from there. I don't know how you are on time and such. So maybe just...
Thinking about maybe going to sleep because I'm kind of tired.
Okay. No, if you want to dip out,
Safe
that's...
area detected.
'cause I'm like gonna go for a little bit longer, but yeah, I was thinking of just maybe doing a... And actually, yeah, what did the sense
I need to
become?
debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had
It's
to
nice that
go.
we can just see it here
Said it
now.
was safer for
Slot.
us if she's not here.
That's actually a pretty good. Great.
Whatever you need, Agent.
Where? Or
You can see it in the matchmaker. So if you just go onto Descent matchmaking, basically, it shows the thing there. But yeah, they did remove it from here. Like in the past, it used to show it here as well if you just was hovering over this. But at least we have it here now, so we can see it. Let's pop my caches. And yeah, slots. So yeah, left and like that. Oh, the weekly is also, yeah, DARPA and Pentagon. Which do take a while. It's mostly more they take a while. And I do like the missions. We haven't done them in a while. Or we bang out a daily or such. At least that's what I'm gonna go for.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out. I was thinking maybe just sticking around for a little bit. But yeah, I'm kind of tired.
Are no longer in a group.
Okay.
And I don't want to fall asleep at work.
Yeah, understandable. But yeah, then I'll let you get to that. But we'll likely catch each other. Well,
Yeah,
somewhere
I'm
in the
gonna
week.
be around tomorrow.
Okay. Well, have a good night then, and I'll catch you in the
too.
future.
Laters.
Have a good night. That's it. We'll dip out of there. And yeah, I'm actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I've been meaning to. No, what's Journey. Was I missing one in here still? All right, Capitol Building. I just haven't done a Capitol Building apparently at any point. Or am I just doing this just to get this off this list? Wasn't there a different mission as well? Or maybe that's on second account actually. That might be just on second account actually. Yeah, let's maybe do Capitol. But then let's actually do it. Yeah, I'm gonna swap characters. Let's park this one with her clips on her. And a build we were kind of discussing in the video today, which was on the triple tick build, taking the triple tick to a double tick with the catalyst. And kind of, yeah, I played around a little bit with it actually already. I didn't feel horrible. Thing is though, I kind of like having the Val tick as well, because yeah, you can put that on enemies and then the Val plus the bleed does do enough damage that you can kind of shoot red a little bit and then they'll just die to the bleed and the Val tick and the pesty tick. But yeah, let's actually go do capital with this and then maybe also Lincoln with this and then just do daily maybe.
Entering safe area.
And this character still
Priority objective
equipped
available,
from.
Agent,
Damn
I
it.
need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
It's not on
Said
you,
it was
is
safer
it?
for us if she's not here.
No. Yeah, Liz is still on character tree. Back we go. I guess after the video, I went in and grabbed some screenshots and I forgot to put it back into the. Grab the screenshot for the thumbnail. And I forgot to put it back into the stash.
Safe area detected.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Yes, we know,
Kelso
Manny.
had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Put that in the stash. I was like, I wouldn't mind proficiencying that thing all the way to 10 as well. Not the worst deal as well to run it for a mission here, at least. Mission or two. Because I think this might be kind of the best use for it. It is competitive enough with the Val. Just because also, yeah, that yellow core with the Val on this build isn't doing much for us. On the triple tick, you know, normally we would have the Val here. That yellow core isn't doing much for us. So here I feel the catalyst.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
But yeah, as
Kelso
I
had to
said, kind
go.
of
Said it was
like
safer for
the
us if she's not here.
having the 3 ticks as well is kind of nice.
Priority objective
Let's play around with it. Let's go to Capitole on Heroique. Also, yeah, this character has Ragers on. I'm just not gonna touch it. At least it says it has Ragers on there. I'm not sure if they fixed anything. Because this character was one of those that was showing scavenge skills. But that was also after the patch still, right? Yeah, because actually before the patch we had lost access to them. So have they maybe done stuff to Ragers? Not too sure. But I don't want to mess around too much with the directives and stuff. We've had issues with characters having issues, and I'm like kind of afraid that's maybe through that. So.
Briefcase President Ellis was carrying aboard Air Force One. Kelso's waiting aboard a helicopter.
Was this blood always this red? It's like really red blood.
A lot depends on getting that case to him. You'll have civilian assistance to get you through the perimeter, but you'll be on your own once you're inside.
I'm seeing mortars on the roof, and you've got a lot of hostiles
We
ahead.
don't have
But it looks like the smoke's working.
OD rounds yet.
Firing blind.
We also need to make sure we get some of that. Try it with that, and then foam as well on top. That worked. Not within 25 meters there, of course. That's a dick move, game.
Converging on your position.
That's my hive.
Agent incapacitated.
Oh, I was... Oh, okay, no. It's still dropped. That mortar was kind of really poorly timed for me. Here, the range kind of getting in the way.
Serious trauma detected.
Also, we have the modifier off just to kind of have a baseline comparison for now. 500k tick. Well, actually, no, that's not the max. We calculated out the max.
Vital signs critical.
Uh-oh. It's a good thing they didn't shoot at me there. That's kind of the downside of this thing. This thing isn't that strong. I would much rather be on a tech tank solo or something like that. It just lacks the oomph. Oh, I lost my special ammo.
Serious trauma detected.
That mortar was almost invisible, but I was in that state. How about you stay there for a second and then let me kill you? Also, I just need to kill this medic. Like, I'm just letting him revive a bunch of people. There's no reason for me to let him revive this many people. There we go. 106 on the bleed, that's not too bad.
Vital signs critical.
Looks clear.
All right, push forward.
But that's also not good. Can you give some advice preference scenario for Striker Tech Tank and Heartbreaker Tech Tank? So the difference between those two is especially the Striker one is much more consistent in stacking and also doesn't per se care what weapon it is using. Much more so than the Heartbreaker. Especially because also the link laser pointer, so you can use exotics and such. You know, the Chameleon, for instance, is in a pretty good spot currently, and that makes it so that like that with the Striker Tech Tank kind of works really well. That guy is just in such an annoying spot. Let's make him regret his decision, though I missed.
That was the last of them. You should have a clear approach to the entrance.
And especially the Heartbreaker, what it has is that if you have to kind of stack it with that ACS, especially because of Heartbreaker's poor stacking. But if you do, you're also getting that bonus armor. So that bonus armor can help you kind of be very aggressive at the start of a fight. And then you'll start picking up memento pickups afterwards, and that'll let you also be pretty aggressive after. Of course, but the Striker, like at the start of it, it's a little bit more squishy because it doesn't. But the best way is to kind of have both and kind of play around with both. They fit different situations, they fit different play styles. For me, for instance, I feel the Heartbreaker lets me be a lot more aggressive up front.
Signature detected.
It's the RFID code we're looking for. The briefcase must be close.
Just because of its bonus armor.
Loud and clear.
Because while I'm stacking, I can kind of be stupid because we'll have the bonus armor to kind of carry us. But then the Striker as well, just inconsistency is doing generally more damage. Even though the Heartbreaker and the Obliterate Tech Tank Striker should be kind of in the same ballpark, they just don't end up that way just because of how poorly Heartbreaker stacks. And yeah, now that we're in a little bit closer areas, we're having a little bit more consistency on the catalyst, and now it feels a lot less bad. That's also kind of the thing with it actually as well, right?
me dead.
I didn't bleed. Oh yeah, the diminishing effects thing there.
General, the division most likely has the briefcase.
They'll try to evac it. Do what you can do to delay them.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, I
We're
think
on it.
in this way, I'm not super sold. Actually, you know what? For the boss fight, let's go the other way, because there as well, the catalyst would not work out anyway.
Good visual on the capital.
Go back to the Val then, and kind of, I'll have a kind of side by side. Try both of them. Yeah, both of also are not too hard to put together. Technically as well, the Heartbreaker is easier to put together because you don't need to recore. So for the Heartbreaker, you just need to recore one piece. For the Striker, you need to recore 3 pieces. That's also a little bit of a difference. One thing the Striker also has, but I just don't end up using it that much anymore that way, is you could go for the chest, and if you ACS stack consistently with it, you can actually extract a lot of damage out of it. Because yeah, the chest Striker version of course is just a lot more. But also I kind of like it with the Chameleon, and you don't want to weapon swap if you're using the Chameleon. And for the chest version, you would want to have, you want to weapon swap to the ACS to start fights with. Just a quick question. Lexington when measured or caretaker with perfect killer. Measured is a lot of fun, feels better, even though the damage numbers are smaller than killer talent. The thing is though that yeah, Lexington, because yeah, the Lexington could also have killer. Lexington with killer is actually on kind of on par with the caretaker when caretaker is the killer is active. Like when both of them have killer active, they're kind of basically side by side. Quite literally on the DPS tables actually. That means that yeah, when they're inactive, it's much more in favor of the Lexington. But that would also then mean that yeah, if you're dropping from killer to measured, so killer is around, like, depends on the build and kind of, you know, how much you take headshot rate and stuff, around 20%. Measured is more 11-12%. So yeah, but consistent of course. You know, because killer needs to activate, measured is kind of always there. But yeah, the Lexington would be less overall, because killer also has like really good uptime. Killer's uptime is, especially for instance this season where we have 70%, and also even, well, with modifiers especially. If you're using the modifiers, you have 70%. Here, well, not always, but you know, you have the option of having 70%, which we definitely didn't ever before. Then on top of that, also, yeah, we have talents helping the crit damage number, which also actually does affect how often you will activate killer. Find that turret died. Bestie stack is getting big enough that it's jumping around by its lonesome. Actually having a 900k bestie tick. Oh well, 800 here. Wait, am I? There, good. Okay. Why was? Oh. So that's definitely within 25 meters. Oh, this is actually, funny thing is, this is kind of like the...
Serious trauma detected.
This is kind of like what we had, if they're above or below. God damn it, I'm dead. Character just didn't want to run there. And they want to roll. I have no idea what is happening there. If you're above or below the enemy, actually. Huh, I wasn't actually aware of that. Because yeah, there we should have had the bestie stacks, or the catalyst stacks, but we didn't, because the enemy was above us. Which is actually the same as in Div 1 with What do we just have? Outbreak? Outbreak. Also, let's go full screen here. Let's try that again, but then with, actually, let's take the Val again.
But it looks like the smoke's working. The autocannon seems to be firing blind.
Huh. That's actually a thing I feel bad that I didn't realize before. Because it just didn't stand out. Because yeah, I would have happened in Countdown and stuff, but yeah, trying to like spot that in all the chaos of a Countdown. I'm not gonna feel too bad that I missed that. That's the way that I realized that like a day after doing the video on it, or well, like hours after the video is already up. So it's basically not a circle, it's also if they're higher or lower than you, most likely. Could try it in viewpoint. Viewpoint would maybe also be a good spot where we can be above the enemy. And I feel this Val version is just better. I'm gonna wait for that turret to despawn. Did it kill its owner, right? Just so we get a free heal here. Because the next wave doesn't spawn until we go up here. Yeah, I like the Val version so much better. Especially for these fights. It's basically as well, if we tap a red, they're basically dead at that point. Even hitting them like once like that, the Val and the bleed are just gonna end them. Unless they have overfield. Yeah. Oh, there. Something's flanking me. This guy is basically dead at this point. He just needs to die. Yeah, I do like it much better this way. Even though, yeah, we have less damage, we have less, you know, overall
Looks clear.
All right, push
practical damage. Does Ranger Director work again? No idea. And honestly, I'm not going to mess around too much with it. I've had too many issues with characters breaking and stuff. And I'm not sure what did cause it, but I'm not going to go poking around. I'll leave that to others. For the time being.
More hostiles headed to you.
Nobody came this way. That's interesting. What is this spawn?
The fuck?
No line of sight from here.
There, the
That was the
staggers
last
help
of them.
that.
You should have a clear approach to the entrance.
Then it's time to get in there and finish this.
This is not even. Oh yeah, it's although well, it does get in the way a little bit here and there for needing to do more damage. But yeah, Ragers is, as far as Directives Go, one of the easier ones to deal with. It's just do a little bit more damage. Enemies have a little bit more health and armor. Yeah, let's use auto run so we can just run.
Sir, proximity charges just detonated in the rotunda.
They're inside. Move to intercept.
Electronic signature detected.
What's the RFID code we're looking for? The briefcase must be close. Copy that, Kelso?
Loud and clear. Standing by.
System curtailed.
And it's kind of hard to enumerate, like put into numbers. Which enumerate actually isn't, but that's adding numbers together.
That mortar team is
It's
still up there.
kind of hard to explain why this actually does feel so much better than with the catalyst. What is it? The catalyst just puts it more towards the weapon, but here I kind of like having it be towards the debuffs and stuff. And actually, yeah, having that one extra debuff go in. But yeah, I should actually add the catalysts. I feel this is like the one place we could kind of stick it. And it will make somewhat sense. Thing is though that build, especially with the catalyst instead of the valve here, like we ran it last night or one around. If we're leaning towards the weapon, I feel just like, why not just then go with like a pesty, like the Lengmo setup or something. It just feels like a halfway point.
Good visual on the capital.
That's not, yeah, doesn't make too much sense. Red basically had a heart attack. And that's kind of the thing, like just the Val and the bleed will just eat away at the red. I just don't aim at them except for putting one shot on them. Letting me focus on the bigger ones like that guy. God damn it.
Agent down.
I'm like, he's not firing anyway, he's just standing there, but change his mind. Let's open up with that. And one nice thing, so actually Ragers is here. And Ragers, with Fog of War, I actually like having Ragers on. Most of the time. Because, well, Fog of War, of course, kind of makes it harder to spot where people are. Ragers actually makes it easier. On the other end. Because yeah, it's just, you know, mark their health bars the second the Ragers haven't. Especially in Summit and stuff. Actually, you know what? After we finished it here, let's go to the second account. They are much more willing to experiment. Let's see actually if Ragers is maybe... if it's just this character that is having... Ragers actually apply correctly, or... if it's also working for others. And there as well, I might... we still need to kind of grind out a little bit of the season stuff. Why am I rushing up? Usually here, for instance, with in group settings, or if I'm just on a pretty strong build, I might just push up to there and just, yeah. Spawn camp the door. But this isn't bad. And this spawn is very facing dependent, so just me looking over that away caused a few of the waves to spawn over there.
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
Oh, there's a turret here. We're gonna just destroy the turret just to get the spread going. That guy's just gonna die to that as well, so.
Rooftop looks clear.
Copy. Awaiting confirmation.
All right. When you're ready, set up a flare so we can get that briefcase somewhere safe.
And at the end of the day, it is a glass rat. Dying is part of the game. Or, well, that getting downed. But yeah, as long as we don't wipe per se, it's kind of fine.
Holy shit. They've got Sam's.
They got Sam's.
We need to bug out until the
They
air
got Bob's.
Copy
They
that.
got Jimmy's.
Those anti-air defenses have to go.
The missile came from the east side of the building.
I'm seeing 2 radar trailers on the east front.
Must be guidance for the SAMs. Take them out by any means necessary so the helo can approach.
And let's go. They got the SAMs.
Okay, I have eyes on you. You're coming up on those radar trailers.
Knock them the fuck out and let's get this shit done.
Language, Manny, language. Wish I had more grenades. Could actually just go back to settlement and back. I'll be fine. And we just had a checkpoint anyway, so I'm just being aggressive. It's fine. Normally as well, this build can deal, for instance, with Pistolero and with ammo hoarders. That's why some people do like the triple tick for 5 directives. It can kind of have it be with 5 directives. And honestly, versus just the OD for solo play here with solo scaling, it kind of works out.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Usually their first shot isn't on target. This guy, for some reason, decided to land his first shot right away. Rager is kind of painful on for us as that guy. At least for a weaker build like this. Just takes a little longer to kill him. There wasn't anything in range of that full pesty stack.
Taking evasive action.
Whoa! I'm a target!
Let's just take a heal here. And that guy will be dead from that, so That's nice. Another heavy. Oh, actually, yeah. Although the downside is this does eat my pesty stacks.
Confirming one trailer out of action.
Actually,
Okay,
it does.
knock out the other one.
Evading.
Where's my pesty? So that's at 362. Yeah, it does eat.
Incoming.
I had so many numbers flown by that I wasn't sure if it was actually, but yeah, it is. Because yeah, we are weapon swapping, so. But a crossbow bolt to the chest makes that guy still easier.
Another launch.
Pesty now doesn't have the accuracy either to hit that backpack anyways. We did lose our bonus ammo, or our hollow point ammo. So let's actually fix that. The first kill being with a status effect. But you guys just give up, asshole.
Another miss.
Setting up my turret.
And those guys will just die to the Val and the bleed. That's kind of part of the playstyle of this, is also just to like mark a bunch of enemies and then decide who you want to actually shoot the most. As for instance, yeah, that elite is also dead because there's a full pesty stack on him. That's not on this guy. This guy is also very much dead then. Might not be enough to kill that purple, so that might die with him. Oh no, actually that's right. That's nice.
Second trailer down.
Oh, I lost my things away.
No further contacts. Area secure.
Copy that. Coming
Almost
to you.
ran into the fire. All the smart thing to do is put some hollow points in the secondary as well. But I can just always swap to that and do some damage with that.
We have the briefcase. Taking fire. We're out of here. You've got a whole bunch of hostiles headed to you.
Vital signs critical.
Take that directly to the face. Just trying to get actually the hollow point ammo. Because I overused some of it. He has his turret out. Or he has his drone out. That's kind of thing here, for instance, with a glass red, I would have this is done already. Just I can murder the name just in seconds.
The briefcase is secure. True Sun's
But I
lost
still
the stronghold.
like the gameplay of
General
this.
Ridgeway has been neutralized. Of all the toys on my map I've been waiting to knock over, that fucker was the one. A lot of good people from my old unit are dead because of him. Some even went over to his side. Set up a flare from the front steps to signal the all clear. Then come on home. Let's celebrate.
Yeah, let's go. Grab all the resources and loot. And yeah, actually, once we have this done, because I just was doing this, was one of the things for the journey that I just hadn't done yet. So. And I wanted to mess around with the catalyst version of this build, but in the end, yeah, I'm really leaning towards the. I was going to do an activity or two with the catalyst, though, where it can be closer. But now also, yeah, I realized that that's what was happening on that start part, where I also felt like I didn't really have stacks, and that was just because I was on the bridge and then over the enemies, right? So that height difference is actually interesting. It not being just a direct circle, but it's kind of more of a... They do need to be on the same height as you kind of thing. Which we saw actually, yeah, in Division 1 with Outbreak, for instance. It kind of worked in a similar way. Oh, good to see as well. They haven't fixed this still. I got an apartment there. Because actually the apartment is in the pool here as one of those names that is tied to this. Should just be the safety distance, but it's the safety distance and the apartment. So you can actually get the apartment from just capital. This is with the wipe in it as well, right? But 33. Yeah, let's maybe take a yeah, catalyst and then some activities. And you could target loots. Yeah, let's go be over here. Let's go to that elite territory. And thank you, Anders. As yeah, we did reach 30k a little while ago.
Hostile control point detected.
And I'm kind of happy about it, but also kind of sad that yeah, it doesn't mean the same things it used to. Because also, yeah, I could have been how much? 35, 36 if I did the triple XPs. But the real answer would have been as well, I wouldn't have been, because I would have burned myself out and stopped playing after a little bit. Actually, so yeah, next week is Hollywood, right? Yeah, next week is Hollywood. I don't have a short yet for Hollywood, right? No, only Reanimated and SHD Exposed, right? So this is, oh, wait, yeah, so 24, 23, 24. So today this went up, the Monday and then Tuesday. Oh, I should totally do that. I'm gonna actually likely delay then. Because today's video was also delayed by a day. Should have actually come out yesterday. But I wasn't ready yesterday. Gonna likely then, yeah, move the short also one day back, and then make it the Hollywood. My brain is kind of melted. Yesterday was a long day as well, so it's just barely hanging on. But because then, yeah, on Tuesday I can make the Hollywood. We'll just record it without per se like some stars and stuff. Because right, I'm not wrong, right? Monday, so yeah, instead of Monday it'll come out on Tuesday, and then we'll have the other, and then Tuesday evening or even Monday evening we can, oh, maybe that's an idea as well. We can do the build collection updates video either tomorrow or Tuesday, maybe even spread over both days, and then that'll come out on Wednesday, and then we can go back to our normal schedule. Yeah.
Hostile broadcast detected.
That's maybe an idea. And I do like doing this. Oh, I didn't go to anywhere to get some grenades. I do like doing this elite territory control. I've done this one like hundreds of times almost. Just to, it's my place to come test builds and stuff. And also, yeah, just murder some people. I'll mark those two. A mini tank is kind of the painful thing.
System malfunctioning. Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. System restored. Incoming hostiles detected.
What is this one?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Spectacles.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Shot both those guys. Actually, let's get some special ammo from them.
Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
Oh, that mini tank. Wait, he survived to really die. And the downside is, for instance, here I'm gonna run out of ammo. So now it's kind of painful.
Access key detected. Hostile broadcast detected.
Also, yeah, ODs and Black Tusk is always annoying. They have so many mechanicals and stuff that eat ammo. So I should go for a control point or something. Hollywood, Halloween, same thing. Yeah, you know. Hollywood, Halloween, holly seeds. Just holly. You know. It's all. Build am I running now? I'm running the triple tick, but then here with the catalyst, messing around with the catalyst a little bit. And getting some proficiency on it as well. And then now that we come from a safe house, I actually do have grenades at least. Because one of the ways I just like starting is just that. Oh, they spawn far away. Oh yeah, Black Dust spawns here, right? Outcast spawns back there. It's been a while since I've done a...
Here. Burn out the blight.
Where's the Russia?
Vital signs critical.
Oh,
Agent down.
did die close enough?
Access key detected. Hostile control point nearby.
Interesting that it gave me the key there. Because the reload is also kind of nice, that 20% reload on kill. It just doesn't happen often enough. Oh, actually, this will be a good test as well. We'll be within 25 meters of a lot of these enemies. I said that's definitely within 25. But will we get stacks? Okay, so here we are getting stacks, even though we're kind of the same distance above them. Maybe they were just out of range. But not 25 meters is a lot. Or maybe we're just bugged or something. Maybe us just unequipping and re-equipping it fixed it up somehow. That would not surprise me in any real way. And for stuff like this build always felt kind of fine enough. It kills fast enough on solo heroic scaling that, you know, it's not super painful. And especially, yeah, the bigger the waves, the faster it actually can deal with them. Actually, I don't need that. I'm an OD. Jalapeno.
Reinforcements en route.
Said I said Catalyst, or can Coyote be a good mask as well? Catalyst is overall, yeah, kind of video went up today as well on the Catalyst. Overall, my conclusion on the Catalyst, it's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And I wish I had thought of that before I actually made the video. But it, yeah, this is, got that after. That's kind of the yeah. It's basically in a lot of builds, it's an option, but it's not the top option, and because of that, it's just not gonna get ran much. But even in this build, it's kind of competing against Val. On full Eclipse, it's also competing against Val, and even kind of more so because the core on it as well. And on a full Red OD, yeah, Coyote just beats it out pretty consistently and pretty well. That's, you know, the other parts of it don't make up for that loss. It's one of those things that is like, it's good enough, but there's just better things. Oh yeah, actually, so yeah, here this enemy is kind of above me as well. We're still getting stacks. Okay. Maybe that wasn't the thing. Maybe I was either imagining it, or maybe it was just in a bugged state or something that I'm not aware of yet. It is or not. There felt pretty okay. It was at full stacks, and then we even got the reload, and I reloaded in the reload. Hello? These guys forgot they're assaulting a spot. But yeah, for instance here, these enemies are just still too far away. Actually, if they die to the thing, does that count? Surprised I didn't test that, actually. Let's see, when we're at full stacks, if they die to like the bleed and stuff. I mean, they must, because otherwise it would be noticeable. A lot of the deaths here are not per se to me. Or like me shooting them. So actually, is even the wording on it a status affected enemy? No. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, killing a status affected enemy grants a bonus for us. Let's take it just up against an activity or something. Let's take it up against that. And then yeah, we'll likely just round it out. I'm kind of feeling low on energy and kind of tired. Let's go to bed on a pretty normal time, and then tomorrow we'll we'll be able to play quite a bit. Might be able to jump on a little bit earlier. And Tuesday as well, I might be able to just do a afternoon and evening maybe.
Burn them up.
The blight shall burn.
Serious trauma detected.
We have to finish them fast.
What the hell?
That agent's trying to heal.
Agent incapacitated.
Yeah, without the Valtics, like the difference there is is kind of there. Okay, yeah, that did refill. Because that was a pesty or a bleed tick kill. That did still give me the
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
on-kill components.
And that's how you do it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Let's just take a med pack. Well, maybe it wasn't bleeding. Maybe it just was Valtix. Or well, Valtix. Pestitix.
Detected. Near location. Guarded by hostiles.
Because it was just only getting Pestitix at that point. It wasn't status affected. Let's do this convoy as well.
Thank you. They were gonna kill me.
Wait, where did they go? Oh, they're already a little bit down the street. Let's maybe just go for this control point. Oh wait, did I actually? Or was this for? Oh, this was federal emergency. Yeah, let's do this instead. Actually, it's a federal emergency bunker with this build. I was remembering needing federal emergency for something, but I didn't remember what. now we do. You know what? Let's actually even remove Ragers there. It's just. Also, yeah, let's have the modifier on.
Repair the main shade node. The federal shelter should even meet your current position.
Do I have anything here that would help out more than these? Not per se. Oh, and Hayden McVeigh. And thank you so much for the raid there. Oh yeah, you catching me towards the end here as well, as I'm guessing you ended up a little early. Let me give you a shout out there. As always. Much appreciated. And yeah, hope you had a good stream and hope you had some fun. So I'm messing up this shout out command, something fierce. I forgot the slash in front of it, and then I put the slash in, but then it just goes like, put in a username. It's just like, I already did. It's already there. But yeah, welcome in Raiders. Over here, I'm messing about with the catalyst a little bit. I put out my video on it today. And while I have put some hours onto it, yeah, let's put some more. Right, here I'm on full catalyst stacks. Let's actually kill him and reload. Also, so poison is also excluded, actually, right? So one of the things I realized after the thing is like, yeah, napalm isn't in that list for enemies and like friendlies. And also, yeah, poison isn't. Where's poison in there, actually? And the napalm definitely isn't, but I wouldn't mind actually trying if that's true. Napalm is the thing from the turrets on cleaners. I mean, either peek or just die to the... does it say poison? Oh, poison isn't. Okay. But yeah, napalm isn't. Yeah, very importantly, foam isn't. Because that is a status effect that happens to us especially quite often, or one that we could apply to ourselves even very consistently without damaging ourselves. Anyway, we catch up here for a second. And indeed, welcome in. Anyway, I'm doing pretty good, Vane. Thank you for asking. And I hope you're doing well as well. And yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Well, I definitely am a little bit low energy today. Yesterday was a long day at work, and still kind of feeling it. I'm getting too old for that shit. Of doing like a 12-hour shift of just running around and kind of doing a ton of things and being really there, and then also a lot of physical running around, which I'm too fat for nowadays. Yeah, I'm gonna get your mission over here. Do I like running Negotiator's Dilemma? I don't see Negotiator's Dilemma much on other agents. I do like it here and there. The thing of it is, it's very easy, and I find myself in that as well quite often. It's just like, yeah, let's grab Negotiators, but also I could just run Strikers. And just, you know, not do the whole thing of marking multiple enemies and stuff and just be lazy. Because while I do enjoy Negotiators and running it here and there, it's just, yeah, it is much more.
Immediate medical
That
assistance
asshole
needed.
died a few seconds too late.
Agent down.
Oh, well, a second too late even. I might, yeah, I might. I was still in the fire.
Agent deceased.
Let's take it back to start. Actually, what I might do here is, let's just get this done. Because I kind of know, yeah, we did a bunch of stuff on this. Let's just get this mission done. And, no, I just want to go to that. Although I could just have set the directives there. It's not, that would have gotten me out. Let's actually take... Yeah, let's take those four. Let's grab our Heartbreaker Tech Tank.
We need to find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair the main shade.
Let's just Tech Tank
Federal
this.
shelter should be beneath
I'll
your
feel
current
much more
position.
comfortable that way.
Find a way down there, but proceed with caution.
But that's also always the thing with a lot of builds. Is there's some builds that you're very comfortable on. For instance, as well, if I'm going full red and stuff, I'll go Striker. But even for instance, I do have a Negotiator Tech Tank, and especially for control points and stuff, that thing is pretty good. Outputs decent damage and is competitive with the other ones, but yeah, it's also just, it's a lot more hassle, honestly. So it just ends up not being ran much. One of the things as well with Negotiate, I feel I need to like run it for a few hours to kind of get good at it again. Because otherwise, I'm, you know, just starting cold, it's gonna take a little bit before we actually extract a lot from it. Not with Killer and Strained. I mean, Measured is still gonna beat Strained in with Tinkerer for it. Even more so, actually, because yeah, it's pretty high on crit anyway. But yeah, it is. Why don't you start maybe looking or doing some prep work for... Well, today's video had some OD numbers for the Tinkerer. I wouldn't mind already starting working on some big spreadsheet too. We'll maybe put a dozen or two builds of like, hey, this on Striker, these two, or OD, you know, what happens if you go, you know, Sadist and Frenzy or something, and And this is with the Kingbreaker. And that guy with the red, he kind of tore through my shield there. Nope. That guy had a sudden change of direction there. And one of the nice things about this season is actually tech tanks. All 4 of these directives, like cool skills doesn't matter. Ragers and Fog of War, actually I prefer Ragers plus Fog of War than just having Fog of War. Because yeah, it'll mark the enemies and such as they spawn, especially for instance in the boss fight here. I'm fragile. I'm not gonna armor break often. It will be annoying if it's bugged or if it bugs, but that's also like not common if you're not getting downed or swapping builds and stuff like that. So. I forgot that solo, it spawns 4 enemies upstairs here, which is super annoying. And I thought everybody was there, but I guess they ran away for some reason. But there's that like electrical box there that you can shoot, and you know, at least the reds and the purples, they'll just stand up and you can murder them.
Online computer.
Well, that wasn't too bad there, actually.
Great. You can use the computer to sync Isaac with their comm system. Hopefully we can get a
Oh, it's Eminence Armaments targeted.
They're in any shape to answer.
What is a tech tank? So tech tank is basically this kind of layout. It's basically it's a technician for the artificer, and it's an artificer healing a shield. That's generally what I mean with tech tank. But then also the layout wise is like this. There's a memento in there, and then there is enough blue cores to make this 6-tier shield. So it's a 6-tier shield getting healed by a 2-tier artificer, making for especially a tankiness on the. But yeah, it's basically a style of build, kind of a template that I slap onto a lot of. Because yeah, we have like a Heartbreaker tech tank, a Striker tech tank, Negotiator tech tank, even a high end. But yeah, if you're familiar with the recommended build list, there's like a header of them there. But yeah, all of them, the basics of it is that there's a memento in there, artificer, shield, and technician. That's like the core of it. But also it is kind of, yeah, it's a term that I kind of started popularizing. It didn't start with me, definitely. Like I don't think I was the first person to call this a tech tank. Even, for instance, in the collection, I call them bruisers more of the time. Because, yeah, the tank part of it has connotations for some people. Some people have, you know, when they hear the word tank, they have specific things that they think. And that's not this. Like, we're not super tanky, you know, everything else is towards damage and stuff. This wouldn't be like a raid tank. The ever build that still does some damage. Yeah, exactly. It's basically a blue-red hybrid, and it's designed to have a really strong shield, and then the rest of the build is towards just the weapon damage. So slap on tech tank. Exactly. That's my go-to solo build. For me, and by now as well, a lot of other people. And some people attribute them to me. That's definitely not true, but I've helped popularize them. I've definitely tried to, you know, push people towards them. I feel this is kind of, for me, if we're talking meta, this would be actually the meta for just solo casual play. Of course, this isn't like going the fastest or anything, but consistency, I feel, is very important. I'm very unlikely to, unless we're really doing dumb things, I'm very unlikely to actually like die once or anything. And then consistency becomes kind of key to getting shit done. And we got hugged there, but we have so much bonus armor here that who cares? That's a nice thing about the Heartbreaker end of thing. Although that was mostly Memento, actually, but still. Might as well grab this. When the backpack, but to the backpack, I think would be ideal setup with the Tinker. Oh, the Negotiator backpack, I guess. Sorry. That's right. No, actually, the backpack nowadays is pretty good. Like, now that it's 112%. I mean, it was always, like, you kind of, it depends. Like, if you're spreading, if you are doing the Negotiator thing quite well, the backpack was always kind of okay. And now it's actually pretty good. But yeah, you do give up a lot of your single target damage. And that's kind of the trade-off that Negotiator always has to kind of go with. It's just like, do I go Vigilance backpack and then kind of keep my single target damage a little higher? But honestly, nowadays, if I'm running Negotiator, I like running it with the backpack. Partially with the idea of like, if I want that single target damage, why am I not like on a Striker or something like that has that single target damage? Anyway, if we're negotiating, I'm just gonna go full negotiating. Negotiator. Double the crit damage from the 4-piece. So without it, it's close to double, but yeah, it's without it, it's 60. With it is it's 112%. But of course, it comes at the cost of like vigilance, because yeah, that's 60. Even getting spread is 25% higher, depending on your chest talent. Right, but so it's 60% of a higher number. It still doesn't reach that on 12%. But then also, yeah, your single target is much better. So that's kind of the trade-off. Damage channel plus the quality of life talent, preservation, future perfect, and damage plus the combos. Is most pretty obvious. Yeah. Although even stuff like, yeah, frenzy plus, yeah, one thing you can do here actually is crossover, especially if you have, you know, the expectation of getting a few memento there. And just, that'll keep me alive. But yeah, again, just run through the fire. Just be on this side. Not, you know, don't do that with a glass red, but it does damage. I'm not saying it doesn't do damage. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It's just fire.
You gotta put out the flames. I don't know if Maya has any fireproof gear.
Madam, I'm trying to shoot stuff at. Let me step back. I know, same here as well, actually, to mess around. I feel as well, just killer and fast hands. I've been missing fast hands a lot recently. I've been basically completely swapped over to like killer and measured. They are much higher than the other damage talent used to be before them, you know, for comparing to the optimist and strained of days gone by. Those were like 8%, killer and measured being like, you know, 20% and 12%-ish, kind of respectively. Yeah, I'll give up fast hands for that. But if I can have killer plus fast hands and I just lose like 7 or 8% from basically at the coyote, I'm up for that. I'm up for that. But of course, yeah, the obvious thing a lot of people will go for is just double damage. Yeah, gosh. Efficient at the same time. We'll go. The determined pistol. I mean, yes. The thing is, though, that I just don't like running Headhunter in general and Determined on top. I'd rather just play shooty builds. Because, yeah, Headhunting, of course. But also, the thing is, you do die. Especially if it has a few red, like if it's mostly red, which you kind of need, especially for names and stuff in missions and such.
I'm safe for now, but I don't think they're gonna stop coming after
it is, you know, it's a lot closer to death than this. You have to actually play smarter, although of course, yeah, with Determined you can up to the boss, yeah, just melt everything. Let's see if we here just with the facing. So this place is very facing dependent. So wherever we're facing is where the enemies will spawn. Because of that, we can if I'm just standing here and facing this way, most if not all of the enemies will spawn over here. On this side. And you can do this even in a group. Where's the guy spawn? Yeah. And yeah, we won't actually do the thing with him. Let's just keep our facing this way. Normally I would go up there and emote at him. That's kind of a tradition here. Kind of want to get it over quick. And yeah, that means just... And one thing I should be doing here is getting actually some head or Fury stacks. Or Heartbreaker stacks. Already kind of facing like this. I'm gonna have some stuff spawn over there one time.
Today.
This guy. And yeah, likely now they'll spawn up here as well. And also one of the things is, for instance, you have with determined build even. This boss still gets in your way. Instead of that, we can just murder him this way. I'll take my shield, but that's fine. Hey, what's still me? I know, I have so much bonus armor here that we can waste a little bit of it. Oh. They're still alive.
If you hadn't have shown up when you did, I'll head back as soon as the escort team arrives.
With the equipment Maya recovered, we can restore the Shade network across the entire country. And I'll send a team to assist Maya.
No, we're still less efficient. I mean, yeah. I think it's also, though, I've kind of, come around a little bit on, determined on just being, like, I am fine with it, and yeah, we do have builds with it and do. But it just does get boring pretty quick, and I feel that is actually a little bit of an issue for it, or for the game in general. Yeah, let's take it back to base. Yeah, let's actually get cleaned up here and we'll call it there. We actually completed that scout, which I've been forgetting to do this whole week. We left it on the last step, I remember, and then just forgot about it. Oh, we haven't listened to two of these, actually.
If you want to take down the network,
Manny debriefs with Schaefer.
Claire, the football, and the presidential clearance. You have those three things, you're golden.
We don't have any of those things.
You have the clearance.
I'm not the president.
You don't have to be the president, Manny.
How do you have presidential clearance without being the president?
Jesus, did you even ask Kelso what the Cassandra mission was before you let her go?
I thought it was waking you up.
I'm the key to the Black Tusk bunker, not the Ortiz robotics network. If Faye finished her mission and Alice is dead, she got him to transfer the clearance to her.
The watch? Faye's watch is the clearance.
Thank you for finally joining the conversation, Manny.
Kelso has it. She's gone. Said it wasn't safe here. Put a bigger target on her back and she needed to keep moving and stay dark to protect us.
Hope she told you that in a comms-free space.
She did. Insisted no tech, Wi-Fi killers, EMPs. Didn't want to be recorded just in case.
Smart. She's smart. Guess you can revoke a girl's CIA clearance, but you can't revoke her training.
Well, that was just, yeah. The whole both debriefing with Schaefer and then also, oh, but then so yeah, Cassandra isn't then a code name for a person. Then it's especially a code name for a mission.
Johnson,
did you know he was a hunter?
Yeah.
One of the things you were supposed to tell us but couldn't.
Yep.
We fucked up.
You can't beat yourself up about it. Johnson was a good guy. He had the wrong end of the stick, trusted the wrong people, but at his core, he thought he was doing the right thing. He's trustworthy and honest, so you want to believe he's making choices that are trustworthy and honest, and he isn't being manipulated. At the end of the day, everyone wants the same thing. A safe place to raise their family.
And now if we could just agree on what that looks like, we'd be golden.
We can't agree on whether or not we should be drinking cow's milk. How to keep our kids safe and healthy, that's a war no civilization has ever won.
Great.
Hit a nerve?
You know, it's just new dad stress I didn't know existed until right now.
Oh, shit. Congratulations. You excited?
Thanks. Yeah, just nervous. It's the one job you really can't quit.
Why is there a double space here? Right? Because this is just like the bunker, the plan, but this is a double space, right? The space-based recruiter. I'm gonna guess it's just the error. It just stands out a little bit. Just looks weird. Yeah, so we got up on those cams. Yeah, let's get cleaned up here and we'll go raiding as we always do. And I'll be back tomorrow. And then tomorrow I definitely want to spend some time working on well, we kind of still need to spend some time with the skill damage one. Although I'm happy that it's working with the turrets and stuff, but yeah, the mortar there really was. I should go to third account and double check that I got the base damage number for it right, or see if anybody else has some base damage numbers I can compare it and contrast and like see if we can get to somewhere. You know what? A guard rolled backup boomstick with detox. An actual guard roll. I'll take that actually. I'll just dump that in the stash. And I'll use it as... Watch me already have one. Well, actually, yeah, we didn't have a backup boomstick in there at all. I need one anyway for the... But yeah, we had one on a character, so... That was where we could always go. Yeah, let me catch up one last time here. But I knew Echo was the heat was killing her. Yeah, she's just gone off vacation, you know. He also had to go, said she needed a sabbatical. And then, yeah, tomorrow we'll definitely want to spend some more time on this thing. But actually, if it just works for turrets, I'm fine for now with it. And we'll just keep it as is. And there'll be like at least a few updated damage calculators. But also, yeah, one of the videos I want to make, although that's kind of far away again because there's a bunch of stuff I put in front of it. But yeah, using the multi-calculators is definitely... I want to make a new video with it, but then also with the new versions of these. And then also just as only tips, and I'll just go through them pretty quick just so people can use it as a guide. Because I do get DMs here and there of people trying to like figure out exactly like how to fill these in and stuff. I kind of feel if a lot of people also understand how to fill them in just by kind of watching what I've done for, you know, build showcases and stuff, and then just filling them in for that. But a separate video will be nice. And also, yeah, maybe we'll spend some time here, and maybe actually after this stream, I might go in and quickly get these 3 brand pictures in here, because yeah, they've been missing for forever, and it kind of looks bad. And even though I'm not part really of the team that kind of maintains this, nobody is currently really, although they did put in a bunch of the weapons and stuff, so some work is happening on it, but I wouldn't mind it just looking correct, and yeah, I'll put in a little bit of time on it. And then also, yeah, there is like the gear, or was it the gear sets and stuff? Also don't have pictures. Maybe we just do that tomorrow. We'll just do that all tomorrow. Also, yeah, measured assembly still isn't filled in, and yeah, this is just filling the text in. Like, this isn't hard to do, so we'll just take a little bit of time and fix that up for them. Because I kind of like having at least one of the spreadsheets work correctly, and currently neither of them is really being updated. I work on that one too. Generally, no. I have worked on it in the past, so a long time ago, the weapon, this part here was just a mess. And I kind of was doing my DPS tables at the time, and their base numbers for a lot of stuff was wrong because they had just taken the old bases, had there been like TU12 or 10, I think. There was like a weapon rebalance, and they had put out numbers, like percentages with that. And like this spreadsheet has just taken the old numbers and then it times the percentages, which we've seen in future, ones as well, is just those numbers don't line up. Like when they say 10%, it might be like 9.8777% or something. It's stuff like that. So if you do it in that way, yeah, they had a bunch of wrong numbers. So a long time ago, and this is like, before season 9, definitely. I went through and kind of fixed up a lot of stuff for them here. And that's why I still have edit access. But yeah, it's supposed to be maintained by other people partially as well. I don't want to. I don't want to be, something like this does take quite a bit of time, and that's why I'm happy other people. That's why I'm happy other people are maintaining it a little bit, but let you update it. You're just gonna turn everything into just everything's 511 suddenly. Yeah. Nobody's no. People are. It is getting updated here and there. The other one isn't, but this one, like even stuff like caretaker and stuff, huntsman, caretaker, and such is in here. What they haven't updated is especially just this season. Like the brand set wasn't in here. The gear set is kind of still empty, but even refactor, for instance, is already in here and such. But yeah, the main person that was kind of keeping it up to date, which is this Azerman, he's kind of, I think, I haven't per se heard, but I'm guessing, he's busy. The rest of these people already weren't per se keeping, like, they helped set it up and such maybe, but I don't know these people at all. I know Azerman only. And now, a few people have edit access, and they've been kind of working on it here and there. Anyone can contribute to it? No, you need to have edit access, and that's I do have edit access. It's kind of like with all, same way that the build collection is shared. It's anyone with the link can see it. Also, actually, for those maybe unfamiliar with the spreadsheet, because that might be the case for some people. But yeah, this is a very handy tool. But yeah, it needs a little bit of loving. I'll put it into both chat. I generally call this the Discord spreadsheet. This used to be maintained by, and still is, by a bunch of people on the official Discord. And then there is another one, which is the Reddit spreadsheet. But yeah, if anybody could edit it, it would become a mess real quick, of course. One thing I wouldn't mind doing as well, I might just do that, is so I was like, the build collection is here, and it's like here, and also it's still like 2.16 updated, which is like, oh, what do you mean? I wouldn't mind making actually a section here with maybe compendium or something like this, maybe. Or just groups of builds. And then because Rossi also has one, we can link to that one. This one goes to this one, right? Oh, this is in okay. He moved it to a Google thing. Breaker outline. Okay. Oh, these are the ones that Chow, I think, makes, right? Perfect focus. I mean, no, it's also intimidate, but but yeah, it's also a lot kind of hard to. So I might just do that. Maybe make a kind of section for collection of builds, because I kind of always like, why is this just in the middle of hybrids and others? It's just like, yeah. Also, these never got added in here. I feel they can go. Maybe we do some cleanup, and then if somebody gets mad at me, we'll ask forgiveness. And on these, of course, like, nobody's gonna care that I did it. Yeah, enough yapping. I'm getting sidetracked. Let's on the Twitch end already go looking for somebody to raid. On the Twitch end. Yeah, let's actually raid Harley, who's either up late or very early, right? And yeah, let me catch up one last time on the chat here, and then we'll send everybody off. More often than the other one. Yeah, the other one is kind of way out of date now. But it used to have data mined info, which was really handy to have for instance, yeah, the drop rates and stuff for some of the stuff. But yeah, maybe we'll put some hours into that spreadsheet for one time, and then hopefully somebody else will take the mantle on it for in the future. Because yeah, I don't want to also deal with that thing. I have enough shit of my own to deal with. I don't want to have that burden on me as well. What one would you choose instead of Backfire for a Has build with a decent DPS? Just something different. If you're setting it up as a hazard protection build, nothing is really going to compete with the Backfire. Because the thing is, if it's already a build where you want to have, you know, either maxed out hazard protection or something, then the Backfire just fits in so nicely that it's kind of like the perfect pick for it. Because otherwise, just, yeah, any like good weapon. Because yeah, if you want to go with something else, either, you know, AR, LMGs or SMGs with like killer or stuff like that, or measured. Because if it is a hazard build, if it is, you know, 100% hazard protected, just the Backfire is just the perfect pick for it. Because that will benefit a lot from that. But yeah, otherwise just any like weapon that you like. Because nothing else will really interact with that hazard protection. There's no other weapon that, you know, hurts you with a status effect or something. Yeah, let's go raid Harley Quinn. Who's doing some descent. It looks like a 4-man. And actually, yeah, they're likely, what loop are they on? 9. Okay, so they're going deep with Sloth. And yeah, Sloth is actually pretty good for going deep. If you set it up correctly, especially that versatile gunslinger intimidate kind of combo that you can have in there, plus the weapon swap for gunslinger, and versatile is also, you know, you're doing also the busy little bee. And then especially between SMG and a shotgun is usually the way to kind of go. And you can get pretty high bonuses out of it. Making Slot actually, you know, as much as fun people make of Slot, it is actually really good for deep runs. Let's maybe see some of that in action, I'm guessing, as we'll send everybody here over to Harley Quinn. Let me check one last time over here if I missed anything else. And yeah, indeed, the good nights going around already. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow evening. I might be able to start like an hour or so earlier. We might do that. And yeah, kind of one thing I want to do in the coming week is just to actually the whole of Brooklyn with purple builds on heroic. Just, you know, solo, no modifier, purple build, heroics through all of the missions. But likely we'll start... we might start actually with a few of them tomorrow. And yeah, and a bunch of work on some spreadsheets. But yeah, that's for tomorrow. Enough for today. I'm going to go have a little bit of a rest, and I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.